يمثل القطاع الخاص دورا أساسيا في دفع عجلة.
The private sector is playing a pivotal role in driving economy, and it's considered a cornerstone driving prosperity and development, and the key driver for economic transformation in Saudi Arabia. With the launch of more than 99 companies, PIF supports the growth of key sectors such as technology, energy, tourism, and other sectors. And the PIF has a number of portfolio and programs enhancing supply chains and this enhance joint cooperation and achieving the national transformation. PSF has contributed in the two previous editions in driving the economic development in Saudi Arabia, and it will continue its achievement to diversify the national economy and building a sustainable future for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and signing investment agreements in millions Saudi riyals in cooperation with the public and the private companies, and building on the previous successes. PSF and this year provide exceptional and diversified investment to attract local and national investment to achieve the sustainable growth. Welcome to the third edition of PSF. Your contribution is very significant for us. Good morning to you all, and peace be upon you all, your highnesses, excellencies, distinguished guests, and those who follow us on virtually. Yasser Dakhil and BSF in the third edition for 2025, we will explore new horizons for more than 12,000 participants from the private sector and create interactive platform for dialogue and exploring partnerships and opportunities between the public fund, investment fund. We have one goal, which is enhance the cooperation between PIF and its companies and the private sector. This forum is not only confined to showcasing investment opportunities, but a platform driving localization across different sectors and integrating supply chains across strategic sectors to drive and to advance our economy. And as long as the private sector is not a party in development, but the key partner and the driving force behind as such. So PSF Forum is the platform in which ambition and opportunities married to change and to transform such opportunities into reality, to create resilient and innovative and diversified economy. It's an integrated platform showcasing exceptional opportunities in workshops, seminars, and panel discussions and pavilions to foster strategic partnership and an area to sign MOUs and a number of activities designed to enhance cooperation and investment. Each component has carefully designed to open new horizons and unlock the potentials of our national economy. Yes, sir, to ensure the mutual benefits we have different tracks and the pathways designed to share knowledge, building partnerships, and exploring investments. And for your attention, you have the simultaneous interpretation devices if you need to channel 1 for Arabic and channel 2 for English. So we would like to welcome with this would like to welcome you to this forum. We will start and embark on this journey, which celebrates the present and future achievements and reshaping our future. Now we have the opening remarks for His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, PIF Governor. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the third edition of PIF Private Sector Forum. PIF mandates makes it the driving force for investment by fostering the launch of new sectors to contribute shaping the future of the global economy, and while also driving economic transformation in Saudi Arabia. The partnership with the private sector is a pivotal part of PIF strategy under the umbrella of Vision 2030 and its aspiration to the economy, and the economic model built on integration with the private sector and its pioneers. And His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has emphasized the goal of strengthening the role of private sector and enabling it to become the main engine of economic growth by providing stimulating economic environment, the cycle of sustainable economic with the government of efforts to develop regulatory policies and acting as a main engine for economic diversification, and private sector that is growing through by contributing to building supply chains for the new sectors. The third editions of the Private Sector Forum will focus on the achievements of the programs and initiatives launched by PIF over the past two editions, and the strengthen PIF's impact in empowering the private sector throughout the value chain. And PIF is providing opportunities that allow the private sector to grow and stimulate its ability to innovate and enhance its role in the economy and raise its contribution to GDP to 65% by 2030, in line with the objectives of Saudi Vision 2030. And PIF implements this through integrated strategy through three main tracks: investment, spending, and creating supply opportunities, and localizing supply chain expertise and capabilities, and stimulating and attracting investment throughout the value chain. From 2020 to 2023, total spending on local content across PIF and its portfolio companies amounted to 400 million Saudi riyal, supported by Musahama local content growth program. And the percentage of local content in PIF and its PCs increased from 47% to 53, and the PIF continues to work to further increase the share in the years to come. And emerging manufacturing companies can benefit from accelerated manufacturing program AMP launched by the fund to develop competitive and innovative products and services and grow their business in Saudi Arabia and better align with the requirements of PIF portfolio companies. PIF continued to invest in human capital by developing local talent and competencies to support localization of supply chains and knowledge sharing, and to incentivize and attract investment across the value chain. PIF Private Sector Hub offers opportunities worth 40 million Saudi riyal. Esteemed guests, PIF is progressing in achieving its strategic objectives and supporting the efforts to grow and diversify the Saudi economy, enhancing the efficiency, integration, and the agility of its investment, with the focus sectors that serve the needs of the future. The private sector is a pivotal partner in this successful journey and is part of the national economic transformation. I encourage you to continue developing capabilities and enhancing competitiveness to keep pace with the economic growth in Saudi Arabia and the future projects. And I invite you to take advantage of the partnership opportunities available with the PIF and the portfolio companies. I thank you all for being with us today. I would like to thank His Excellency the Governor for PIF, His Excellency Yasser Romayan, for this valuable insights, not just opening remarks, but a clear commitment and a message addressed to the private sector. It's not just a party in the transformation journey, but a key partner in reshaping the Saudi economy. Today, the PIF is not just a sovereign fund, but one of the strongest driver and a pivotal player in achieving and realizing Vision 2030, and a catalyst and a game changer at the international level through investment, strategic investment. It's not suffice to reshape the national economic map, but building integrated system, enhancing local content, and opening the door for the private sector to be a force of productivity, driving and enhancing development and prosperity. We give the floor to Jerry Todd, the head of the National Development.
Director of the PIF's National Development Division. Welcome, Jerry. The stage is all yours.
Shukran Wayam. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, public sector leaders, distinguished guests, colleagues, thank you for your continued support for the Private Sector Forum. Under the leadership of His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the Crown Prince, and with the guidance of the Board of Directors and His Excellency the Governor, PIF and its portfolio companies remain steadfast in our commitment to delivering private sector growth. Indeed, the increased size and scope of today's forum is reflective of that progress. As His Excellency the Governor stated, growth opportunities come in three forms: supplying goods and services to our portfolio companies, developing deep, local tech-enabled supply chains to empower our emerging sectors, and investing in our vibrant and rapid growing economy. To our 10,000 guests from the private sector, this forum has been designed to give you information and access to these three opportunity sets. Here's how. For suppliers, there are 100 PIF portfolio companies next door in the main hall, ready to discuss their procurement priorities and show you how you can register and qualify as a vendor. For supply chain developers, there will be dedicated sessions on automotive and transportation and logistics. And for investors, 14 PIF portfolio companies over the next 2 days in this room will be sharing opportunities. And for everyone looking to grow their business, please visit the government enablement booths in the Palm Grove to see what programs they have that may be able to support you. I would also like to give a brief update on 2 recently launched initiatives to empower and enable Saudi talent. The first, which the governor mentioned, is our Accelerated Manufacturing Program. 13 small and medium enterprises were selected from 350 applicants for a 6-month accelerated program which started last September. They only graduate tomorrow, but already 12 commercial agreements and 2 product development agreements have been signed with PIF portfolio companies. 7 private sector MOUs will be signed over the next 2 days, and they have tapped into 7 new export markets. You can show them your support by attending their graduation tomorrow. The second initiative is the Musahama Design Competition. 373 Saudi architectural students and 160 emerging local design firms have been competing to reimagine a community zone within one of Roshan's developments, focused on maximizing the usage of locally sourced building materials. The winning designs will be announced tomorrow. I encourage you to meet with participants from both of these programs. Their progress, their potential, and their energy are inspiring and remind us all why our young people are our nation's most valuable resource. To our guests from the private sector, by working together, we will stimulate local demand, expand domestic supply chains, and create investment opportunities across the kingdom. My advice, if you allow me, to get the most out of the next 2 days: first, attend the different sessions and panels to network and receive valuable information. Second, ask companies about their supplier development programs. They may have programs in place that can help you. Third, register as a vendor so that you get information on upcoming procurement needs. And finally, use the QR code on the back of your badge to get the information you need to plan your agenda. On behalf of all of my colleagues at PIF and our portfolio companies, we wish you a productive and profitable Private Sector Forum 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
شكرا.
After a year, we witness how this forum stands as a testament to the strong partnership between the PIF, its portfolio companies, and the private sector, demonstrating unwavering commitment to accelerating the private sector growth. والآن حضورنا ومشاهدينا الكرام أيضاً.
Distinguished guests, we will start with the first panel discussions of BSF, and under the title, the role of the government to enable the private sector from the ministerial perspective. For each transformation, we have decisive decisions, and this can be achieved through sound planning. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not only an excellent economic model, but embodiment of vision, which lay the foundation of robust and diversified economy. The partnership between private and public sector is not an option, but a necessity to make the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia an economic hub which is vibrant, dynamic, and innovation. In this panel discussion, which will start shortly, wouldn't have the insights, but strategy which chart a clear pathway and policies, not just decisions, but foundations which enable the private sector to be a pillar of development and driving force for economic transformation. We'll start this panel discussion to showcase how the vision translated into reality, and how can the private sector play its pivotal role. It's not just as a partner, but as a catalyst for creating the economic future for the kingdom. I would like to welcome moderate Khalid Madkhali, the moderator of this panel discussion. Then The next panel discussion themed Ministerial Perspective on the Role of the Government to Enable the Private Sector. Good morning and welcome to Riyadh, Khalid Madkhali. So happy and thrilled to be at PSF. In the third edition, allow me to welcome my panelists in this panel discussion. In this important sessions, Ministerial Perspective on the Role of the Government to Enable the Private Sector. The Ministerial panel discussions, an engaging discussion between ministers who will share their unique insights and expertise on the role of the private sector to grow the economy. The discussion will cover evaluation of the private sector in Saudi Arabia. So I would like to welcome His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment, and His Excellency Majid Al-Haqil, Minister of Municipalities and Housing, and His Excellency Saleh Al-Jasir, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. So I would like to welcome their excellencies to the stage. So delighted and privileged to be with you. We try to start this panel discussions and to talk about the private sector. A lot of things were discussed about the private sector, the marriage and the partnership with the private sector, and just it's a chess game. All parties try to secure their interest and win-win situations. So I will start with Your Excellency, Minister of Investment. Since the launch of Vision 2030, I'm talking about 9 years. We have some sort of tangible progress in the and improvement in investment environment. So I will start with the full picture to update us of the latest figures, especially for the contribution of the private sector. Thank you, Khalid, for moderating this panel discussion, and I would like to say and extend my thanks to PIF and the board and executive management and portfolio companies, which has become a more effective role in stimulating and driving the economy. It's not only the interest of the private sector that we have about 10,000 participants from the private sectors, those who follow us inside and online. And this is the optimal fund. This is PIF is the optimal fund and the ideal fund internationally. Some countries, a lot of countries who aspire to drive their economy, they started to found and establish in an accelerated rate to create sovereign funds, to be the driving force behind the economic diversification and development, and there is no testimony for that. More than that, the president of the largest economy in the world and the most global leader focusing on economy and investment policies in USA, he said the first step that he would take, he would establish sovereign funds. The only one he cited is PIF as a reference and the benchmark in the development and because the U.S. president realized the Saudi economy has grown and diversified and has become an economy that attracted foreign investment because of the catalyst role played by the PIF under the leadership and the vision of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. This due attention and international focus increase the responsibility on our shoulders as a member in PIF board and other their excellencies, the ministers. We have a doubled responsibility to enable the targets by engaging the private sector and citizen to build this kind of diversified economy which will globally compete and at the same rate of ambition and of the PIF. For the general picture and the landscape, I would like to congratulate you all and congratulate myself that the Saudi economy has exceeded and went beyond milestone in diversification journey, which is we have reached 52% of non-oil activities and over the years where the oil activities were low because of the conventional production policies. The growth rate of non-oil activities was stable from 4 to 6%. The Saudi economy, the total value of about 4 trillion Saudi Riyal, and last year was a significant year for us. In the private sector domain and investment, people talk about BIF and the foreign investment flows. And we are so proud of what we have achieved and also what the Saudi investors have achieved. And this can be measured through the fixed capital and its percentage, and the rates before the vision was 642 million Saudi Riyal by 20% of the total GDP. Last year, and based on the information and data on the first and the second and the third quarter, will double this number, and the total investment will reach about 1 trillion and 200 million. And this is it's not confirmed yet, give or take 50 billion, but it will be doubled surely. The volume of investment that compared to the era before the vision. When we launched the national strategy of investment to increase the fixed capital from 20% of the total GDP to 30%. And this is a good indicator that for the growth of the competitiveness of our national economy and the trust and the confidence of our investors. And the target, and we reached 30%, so 2025 and 30, but we are on our way to achieve the vision target 5 years ahead of the 2030. When we look into the total investment, 72% lost. Most of the investment injected by the government and the oil and gas sector. 72% of the investment was injected by the private sector. And if we take the PIF outside of this kind of formula, the BIF investment only 12% of the total capital, but catalyzes the other investment, and we have a number of examples to share. So I'm saying that the votes coming from different parts of the world, that the capital and foreign capital coming to us because of their trust and confidence in the private sector and the national economy. The number of investment licenses registered at SAGIA in 2018 2019 was about 4,000 licenses. Now we have 40,000 licenses, and the number of companies that have regional headquarters, 5 companies. Today we are talking about 600 companies that have their regional headquarters. I'm talking about regional headquarters, and the last meeting I attended yesterday with Nokia, which will run Nokia 75 countries in Asia and Africa, will be run from the headquarters. Will be run here in the research and development and headquarters, and we aspire for the future to for the growth of industries. I have mentioned some indicators, but I would like to close that the foreign investment doubled. Now we have 900 billion Saudi riyal compared by the era before the vision, and the annual inflows to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 3 times, doubled 3 times. This wouldn't have taken with the slow growing performance. Such kind of fast-growing economy, it's not driven only by the vision, but for the concerted efforts. And the journey that we are embarking on is a national journey, and spearheaded by the private sector, which contributes 60% of this trillions of cash and knowledge and accumulated expertise driven by the private sector, and this is enhanced and fostered the confidence of the foreign investment. Sits at the heart is such products. Such valuable and creative and innovative, created and will continue created by the private sector, and we have heard about opportunities and platforms available for the private sector. I think we have achieved a lot. This is a very short span of time, but talking about achievements, we have done a lot. For His Excellency the Minister of Municipalities, we'll start with the urban development. People might think that urban development confined to the skyscrapers and the tall towers, but it can include the small projects, interactive spaces. I would like to ask you about the urban development sector. For the Minister of Municipalities, how can we look into this sector and the synergy with the ministry and the directions of the Vision 2030? Thank you. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. No doubt, the Vision 2030 focuses largely on the diversification of economy and creating new economic activities to elevate the services provided in urban and to enhance the urban landscape. So the urban development today, it's a comprehensive transformation, redefine the concept of the city. His Excellency mentioned, for instance, a number of 60 headquarters, diversification of economic diversification, and the diversification of the demographic of urban setting. This is a need to redefine the urban concepts to be in alignment with the needs. So we have the concept of sustainability. It's the key component in the concept of the urban setting, how to create a sustainable city and to more attractive for investment, and to be able to to provide high-quality services for the citizen and the residents alike. And this is in itself reflected positively and largely on economic aspects of such urban setting. We can see the municipal and the housing sectors based on the economic models represents about more than 16% of GDP in 2024. So we start with start to see the construction sector. More than 16% of the foreign investment inflows come to this kind of sector. So the role of the urban development is playing a pivotal role in a number of transformation witnessed by our region. And for the municipal sector, we are so keen to develop the regulatory frameworks to reshape the urban development and the planning, and in partnership with the to achieve more than 33 master plans to accommodate such economic changes, societal changes, which needed by our cities to be sustainable and smart cities. It's not only that, but we find how to catalyze the quality of life and entertainment. You have mentioned some aspects, skyscrapers and tall towers, but we have different concepts of cities right now. Cities start to humanize and to accommodate motives, and now we start to humanize cities and to make the economic aspect to focus. So we start with the urban interventions over the last year, and more than 660 urban interventions, and the cities have become more interactive and humanized, and to enhance the economic aspects, we start to keen to have accessibility for our citizen, or 800 for access for the public space. As such, can help us to enhance the economic aspects. To be able to achieve as such, the key partner, a general partner, is the private sector. So over so recently, and through the NC with the real estate developers, more than 65 local developers with the real estate investment more than 200 billion Saudi riyal. In a partnership with the private sector, we reached more than 19 billion Saudi riyal, and this reinforces the role of the private sector as a partner. We are so keen as well in urban development to make the human focus on the human elements. So we have achieved 55 surveys to get the feedback of our citizens to enhance the role of our role in the municipal and the housing sector, to enhancing the concept of the urban development and sustainable cities. I would like to have the insights of His Excellency.
Let's say the logistic service is one of the important services in every country. And there is a huge interest within the vision of 2030. What did you reach? And we are now in 2025 under this sector. Yes, before I start, I want to welcome the guest here, especially from the private sector, who consider to be a great partner on the transportation ministry, and we aim many investments here, and which these investments will come from the private sectors, and with a diversity of cooperation also with the private sector. And also the private sector is a partner with all the huge results we have here on the transportations and logistics services since we launched our strategy, which launched from the Royal Prince when he launched it in 21, and its aim to transform the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be a logistic center for the worldwide, and a center for the transportations strategy. And with the partners, with the private sectors, we have a successful stories with them, and we have a new partnerships. We recently signed it with many boards, and we have contracts with the private sectors which increased 18 billion Saudi Riyal, and the maximum percentage with the boards, it comes from the private sectors. And air transportations and airports, yes, it's owned by the government, but we have many sectors that comes by the governance for these companies. And also we have airplanes, and we have airports also that it's a launch for the private sectors. For example, we have here the airport and the competences here, and the great thing that we have around 100 cooperation between Saudis and international, and they have interest in this investment. And around 6 collaborations. Now they will proceed to the final report and offer, and we have PIF Airport, Qasim Airport, and also Hayal Airport, and also for the roads sector we have 4 investments offer for the private sectors. The most important is the basic road that's linked Jazan to Abha, and also the highway from Jeddah to Jazan, and to operate the direct road between the city of Jeddah and Mecca, and also to complete and operate Yanbu Jubail road that linked the west of the kingdom to the east. So regard the development and proceeding for the strategy, we have a great growth in many sectors. On the air transportations, we have a huge number. In 2024, 15% is increasing for many directions, and it's increased around 50% before the strategy and after the strategy. The quality of the roads and the figures and to transfer for the operation contracts, and depending on the new code for the road, the sea transportation, we have many figures, especially when we have in the Red Sea projects. We still have a huge growth regarding the exports and the imports, and we have many regulations and investment, and to increase the quality of the safety. We have for the delivering and delivery, we have many services, about 160 billion to deliver services, many huge figures. All this comes from the investments, and all comes from the private sector. So, dear Minister of Investment, when we listen to these figures, and from this sessions and from previous sessions, we found that this, with these figures and numbers, we found that we are racing with time, and we feel that everyone speak that he is the most important sector. Is there preferred sector and preferred project from these projects? Yes. Do you speak about the economic sectors? Which one is important? Yes. Between these sections and sectors. Yes, if we speak about who is an international competence, he need a logistic and economic environment and to be a competence with every side. You can't focus in one sector. For example, if you have an IT technology, information technology, to only have this one sector. For example, this is only an example. For example, if you see California, some of the difficulties with other fields, so the IT companies try to transfer from Florida to Texas or to other states. So, as you said, the kingdom here is racing with time. We don't say that we are trying to catch the others, but now the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the one of the best 10 countries regarding attracting and investment and with many other things. And we have an investment environment and we leave every sector to treat with every sector individually and separately. And whenever we are in the world, we try to competence in every sectors. So, regard the investment ministry as a government sector, where's your place on that? The Ministry of Investment is a very small ministry. We try to support and try to encourage the other sectors and with our colleagues, because every minister you speak with him today, he will mention the 2 or 3 importance every day in his daily work is to cooperate with the private sectors and try to attract the investors. And this is what we have on the which we have to look for, and also the Royal Prince try to look for. So if we speak in the last period when we established the Ministry of the Investment, we try to study the competence in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We don't competence with the 200 countries, but we try to competence with the G20 countries. For example, let's say about less than 60 countries, so we want to see where's our place regard the GDPI, and we found the attracting of the performance. We found us the one of the best countries in the world in the investment with 3 trillions, around 12.5 billion Saudi Riyal. We start to work regard that. So the regulations, environment, the risks, this what make the investors afraid to invest here in Saudi Arabia. Is the regulations clear and the easiest of the work and how we aim and target businesses and how many investments are available here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and this is a great thing we have here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we try to enhance this environment for the second time, and this will try to enhance every other sectors. It's a trip. It's not only a switch that you will change everything. So to change everything here and the regulation and the regulatory environment, no, it's a trip. We are very realistic. Through the 4 and the 5th last years, we have our work, cooperate work between all the sectors and with the Minister of Investment. We have around more than 800 some changing and regulations, some of it small and big. For example, the dealings with the documents, the trading documents or other, the cooperation with the private sectors and the privatization and the system of the new companies and the investment system and role, which we launched before 6 months, and now we have it here. So everything we have new in our system, it's gonna be have a big role to finish and to doing businesses. We jumped to figure a great figure such as 16, and we have a great number on the IMD for the competence and attracting the economy, and we have many indicators. A great indicators with the companies. We have a great figures, especially last week when in LEAP conference by attracting the technology, and thanks for the vision and for the special and private companies. We have with the communication company, we have here the CEO for this company. It's one of the best companies, not regarding only works or operations, because they have many others. Now they have the banking license with their new company, the STC Bay. But the most important thing is the infrastructure here. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they have the reaching the 5G network, and it's the best and one of the important indicators to attract the investors here. And they need the 5G and the 6G network, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the best countries. The numbers here in Saudi Arabia is one of the best and the biggest numbers here. We jumped to many levels here, and we still continue to have great figures. And I am sure, and I will speak in behalf because they say it to me directly, and this could confuse the private sectors. Just wait for us. This difficult work for the government sectors to do this, but the aim is to facilitate the works and to reach hopefully to the international competence. And I want to move from the regulation to and for the first time we have here the incentives. The first time we have the incentives between the relations with the Ministry of Energy. We have and Al Khrayf Abu Ibrahim. We have it here in the committee, the economy minister. This committee provide for the first launch for them a great incentives. About 10 billion Saudi Riyal with the investment. The Saudi part for this one is for the companies who supervised directly from the His Royal Highness directly. And also by leading with the Tawteen office. And we have here Dr. Hamad Al Sheikh, which always considered by the target to increase the percentage of the localizations, especially the many things he have with the fund and also with the industrial and manufacturing industry, and to have an incentives. We aim about 10,000 Saudi Riyal is ready to provide it to the company, to more than 200 companies. We have it only within 2 or 3 weeks to launch many things. We have for the tourism. About the figures there, about the mining, and when the future of the mining, we have around 74 mining licenses with these incentives. So this And the fund here is still standard incentives have launched many opportunities, and they start many other sectors such as tourism and culture and others to support the private sector. So, dear Minister of the in which level you have two strategies that attracting many other private sectors? Yes, no doubt that the vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gives the private sectors, maybe the Minister Khalid Al-Falih, he speaks about many indicators, but we have a faith in our Minister of Municipalities and Housing. We have a great experience. We start with the municipalities sectors, and recently we speak about 65 developers. They spend many budget to achieve the target of the housing program, and we have a great figure. And now the banking sectors, they invest to reach 800 billion Saudi riyals in a short time, and this will give an encouraging environment. And how can we grow with the private sectors in municipality sectors? During the last 3 years, we try to give some opportunities to the private sectors within the investment work. The first one, we change many regulations, such as the investment in the rules regarding punishment and rules, and many others regulations that we focus to enhance the role of the private sector in this regulation. And now in the portfolio of the municipalities, the investment is about 37% of the incomes that we have. We try to increase it to achieve 500% within the 2 years. How can we encourage that by PPT? And you just asked His Highness what kind of investment that is most important. We don't say that we are most important, but we have a floor for every ministry. We have the license, we have the planning. All these try to encourage the private sectors. So the regulations we have it here, it comes from the private sectors. We don't have now any regulations. We try to have it only with partners, with our partners from the private sectors, to increase the quality of the services and also to implement people. Maybe within the last time we hired more than many youth talent from male and female, and this shows how the private sectors create jobs. And now we try to transfer to smart cities, the IoT, to increase the quality of our services. Now the engagement, we have other plans for that, and how can we enable that? Before yesterday in Lib, we signed with many companies for the AIT data center for all the requirements, and how can we have many technologies to enable these things. The concept of the sustainability, and this is the best pillar for these operations is the private sectors. They have great work with us. Yes, I want to listen for the successful stories, especially for the transportations sectors and logistics services. I can speak with the recently stories regarding signing contracts that increase 18 billion regarding ports to develop and to expand and to build and to operate the terminals in the ports for the containers in the Jeddah port, Islamic port, or in the King Abdulaziz port in Dammam, and also we have the airport in Al Madina, which is signed to duplicate the facilities there. Totally from the private sectors who handling the building and operating this important project. I also mentioned Abha Airport and Taif Airport and Qasim and Hail and many other roads. The most of the opportunities with the cooperation with the private sectors, it comes with 240 billions in the transportations and logistic services. And for your knowledge, and this is not the huge cooperation with the private sectors and the transportations sectors. The huge part for the transportations sectors, it's originally comes from the private sector. So as I mentioned, the majority of the private sectors, around 80% from the investment. Yes, I want to ask in brief, how can you provide more to try to more encourage to investment in this sector? And now regarding some of the investors, they have some issues with the PIF. Many people I spoke with, they said our problem is PIF. And this is with many of the people that I meet with them. And when we speak to have this, because they feel that there's a competence with many other sectors. From the vision of the investment or the Ministry of the Investment, yes, the stage we have here, the role of the private sector is about the history, theoretical history. So from the 30 years, the last period, we have a factor that we call as not only to have the investment to push the investment forward, but also to have many institutions with the private sectors. And the first half from the last centuries was Aramco for sure, and it's built many companies. They are leaders in the private sectors, and you all know these companies. I don't have to mention the names. In the second half, we have the initiative on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the SABIC and other commissions with the petrochemicals manufacturing. We call it the revolution age or period. And now we are in the vision period, and we have the catalyst and the motivative to push the other companies and other companies who benefit from this stage and from these opportunities. And we have, which we listened from Mr. Yasser, how he's open to push and support these companies for any field that the PIF try to investment. It's not going to be the same for 5 or 10 years or the coming 10 years. These all the companies should be an agile, and they should deal with opportunities by trying to have the racing in this investment. The great thing about the PIF that from the beginning they're gonna be only central for that. They try to incentive the sectors and other sections, and they try to support. And of course, Mohammed Abu Nayyan, Al Mahedib, they try to cooperate and have partners with NEOM to build data centers by 5 billion Saudi Riyal. So NEOM is an opportunity now. It's So the investors, when they launch their project, the hydrogen there, they will have the data vault, and they have an investment platform to have to enter this platform. Cars manufacturing or mobile cars, vehicles, Lucid is gonna, and Hyundai and other companies. Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Batin and the other companies, the platform for the supply chain with the Zamel and the Khrayef, and they entered with the Tasarru, who established the PIF to enter this line for localization and manufacturing. We have around 100 opportunity, maybe His Excellency Majid speak about it to give the developers and many other companies try to benefit from the real estate development or the tourism. So to be short, I thank God for this vision who established this fund and try to support the private sectors and incentive for us and the Ministry of the Investments and to reach our goals. Yes, we reach the end of our time. So in short, the final word with you. Yes, I think the most difficult is behind us, the foundation, the regulations, the incentives programs, and now we see to find the wheel come faster and faster, and I found the investment environment here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through our partners locally or internationally. It's a great stage, and we still have great opportunities with the vision. Okay, Engineer Saleh, yes, regarding the depth of the cooperation with the private sectors and the transportation and logistics services, now I have to thank the private sectors for their great cooperation, and we look forward for huge and bigger opportunities with this partnership. We have great opportunities regarding the huge of the investment, or to increase the services, the level of the services, or kind of cooperations. We will work hand by hand to have a great future for this country, hopefully. Ministry of Investments, you have 30 seconds. Yes, I will repeat which His Excellency Al-Jasser said. We have to thank the private sectors. They have faith for the vision and starting from the funds they have in our economy. And I want to thank them, in fact, that they are continuously to reach us and to remember us to the opportunities that we have, and for to solve any gaps in our regulations or the strategies or planning. We work for you. We are from you and for you. We try, if there's any barriers or any difficulties, you should remember us, and I want to thank the consulting of the trading rooms, which we have with many associations and committees, with the entrepreneurs and with the families, companies, by the leading of Mr. Ghassan Sleiman, and also we have some organizations to gather all the opinions and to work with us by leading the Prince Al Farhan. With all this, we also need more to enhance our roles, because we didn't reach any to satisfy our position or the leadership. So we hope to continue working and to help PIF to reach what we aim and to serve and to help the economy. Thank you for dear ministers. Thank you. Thank you so much.
نتوجه بجزيل الشكر إلى أصحاب.
Now we thank dear ministers and to our dear colleague Madkhali to moderate this sessions with the Minister of Investment and with the Minister of the Transportations and Logistic Services, Mr. Saleh Al Jasser. We have in this session our dear guest and our who through the live stream, the logistics services and the ministries have a great role to increase and to try to incentive the investment and to minimum the gaps between the private and the government sectors. And now we open a new pillars with the private sectors to exchange the dialogue, to discover the opportunities, to push the economic wheels. Thank you for listening, and we're looking forward for this partnerships which have a great economy for our local economy. And now we present for you a brief presentation for the Industrial Bush Fund that we launched last year, and we aim through this program to develop the manufacturing to enable the industrial small companies to develop products and new creative products, especially for the manufacturing Arabic Saudi. We aimed for 13 companies, local companies, to engage them with the PIF companies.
A key pillar of this transformation
إذن نحن نسعى
local manufacturing sector and deep supply chains. And this is where the accelerated manufacturing programs comes in, supporting the growth of small and medium enterprises to produce locally manufactured products, to increase exports, and to reduce the country's reliance on imports.
I manage our family business, which is Al Alami Furniture Factory. The main reasons for wanting to join AMP was having access to a lot of resources that are not easily provided through the program, that will help with product development, technical support, fund management, in addition to having a lot of exposure to PCs and dealing with them and helping the business grow at a much faster pace.
The Future Harvest is the first in the region in specializing, and what mostly excited about PIF is the addition and expert teams as part of the program.
As we move forward, the Accelerated Manufacturing Program will continue to be a PIF asset by connecting those participants to a technical expert and PIF ecosystem. The achievement of first cohort shows PIF dedication for economic diversification and private sector participation. Together, we pave the way for Saudi Arabia to boost the manufacturing sector.
شركة طاف المستقبل استفادت من مساعدة الأعمال الصناعية.
We have benefit from the AMP to increase the production, and our production efficiency increased by 40%.
The tools we gained from the lean manufacturing helped us increase our door pressing productivity from 250 doors up to 350 doors, and we're looking to increase it up to 450 doors a month from now.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, esteemed guests and partners, right now we are honoring the success partners as a recognition of their role, and this event represents a platform for enhancing the ongoing support and enhancing and fostering partnership. Musahama is aimed to increase the efficiency and to increase the spending on the private sector and the creating resilience and the more competitive supply chains in Saudi Arabia, and increasing the local content. This is a full commitment of the private sector and their pivotal role to enhance economic development. So the local content indicator for the commodities advanced by 2023 last year. This is the second edition of the Musahama Annual Awards and is an opportunity to recognize and honor our partners in the private sector to support and advance local content. And we will add two categories for the growth pioneers, honoring private sector, which recorded a growth in local content. And the second category is innovation accelerator, which honor the private sector, which provide innovative solutions in R&D. The winners were selected based on their excellence and innovation and enhancing and advance local content. And today we are celebrating 6 winners. And to start the honoring ceremony, we would like to invite His Excellency Yazid Al-Hamaid, Deputy Governor, and Mr. Fahd Salim, Chairman of the Board of Local Content at PIF, to join us on the stage to honor and recognize the winners. Thank you, Mr. Yazid Al-Hamaid and Mr. Fahd Salim. We will start the winners with the winners for the first category, the growth champions and the pioneers, Saudi Hawaii Saudi, Mr. Liam Jao, the chairman, to join us on the stage to be awarded the prize. Congratulations for the first category, growth champion, Mr. Liam, the chairman of Hawaii Saudi Arabia, is congratulations, Mr. Liam Shao. The next winner in growth champion Biotech, Mr. Assam Al-Muhaidib, the chairman of the company, and Mr. Fawzan Al-Fawzan, the director of Mawani Engineering, and congratulations, Biotech, powering cities, empowering life. The winner of growth champion. Congratulations.
Our growth champion. Thank you.
Congratulations. And the final winner at this category, ABC Arabia, BEC Arabia, Mr. Maghith Al-Dosari, the congratulations, BEC Arabia. At the growth champion category and group photo on this occasion. And thank you, Mr. Maghith Al-Dosari. Thank you. We move to the second category, which is Innovation Accelerator Al-Ayuni for Investment and Contracting. So Al-Ayuni for Investment and Contracting, the chairman of the company, please join us on the stage for the award. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our innovation.
So our Innovation Accelerator Al-Ayuni. Thank you, Mr. Fahid Al-Ayuni, the chairman of and the next winner at Innovation Accelerator category, Dar al-Handasa. I'd like to welcome Mr. Saeed Hayek, the Saudi partner, to be delivered the award.
Innovation Accelerator, congratulations to
Sidra Company, Dar.
Thank you. شكرا. الفائز الأخير.
The last winner or the final winner, Mr. Ahmed Al-Mutlaq, the director of AXA. Please join us on the stage to be delivered the award. AXA. At the Innovation Accelerator category, congratulations.
Congratulations to our Innovation Accelerator, AXA Ceramic. شكرا أستاذ أحمد.
AXA Ceramic, thank you, Mr. Ahmed Al-Mutlaq. Thank you, Mr. Yazid Al-Hamid, the Deputy Governor, and Mr. Fahd Al-Salim. In conclusion, I would like to thank you and your valuable contribution, and we look forward to your support of the prosperity and national economy. Distinguished and esteemed guests, after this honoring segment to our success partners, we are so pleased to have you. While we continue our program today, we will shed light on the importance of the localization of industries in this panel discussions. Alat will showcase its efforts and the achievements in localization of industries, and this is delivered by Amit Media, CEO of Alat.
Your stage is ready. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is an immense honor to address you today at this significant forum. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Public Investment Fund, PIF, for creating this platform, bringing together PIF portfolio companies, policymakers, industry leaders, and most importantly, our partners in the private sector to collaborate on shaping the future of manufacturing. We are at a transformational moment in global industry. AI technology is disrupting and recreating everything. Sustainability is becoming a core pillar of all things future. Supply chain resilience is becoming just as important as the efficiency. And if you thought about AI infrastructure, energy becomes more important than ever. So what was a disadvantage, that if we are behind on manufacturing, is becoming an advantage. We can recreate the future of manufacturing, future of supply chain, and for Kingdom to lead globally in manufacturing is here and now, right in front of us. That is exciting. We're not just keeping pace, but we are taking the leadership role in this transformation. That is happening on global stage, and we can play a critical role in that. I also want to say, I extend my deepest gratitude to the custodian of two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince, for their visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to shaping the future of Saudi Arabia and in Saudi Arabia. We were created and announced by His Royal Highness about a year back, and we are tremendously thankful for his vision and the future that he has creating for the kingdom. Under Vision 2030 and with the strategic support of PIF, the kingdom is on a transformative journey to becoming a global industrial powerhouse. By advancing the manufacturing excellence and fostering economic diversification, Kingdom is redefining its role on the global stage. However, this transformation cannot happen in isolation. The private sector is the fundamental pillar of this journey. Your expertise, your investment, and innovation will be the driving force behind this new era of industrial growth and global competitiveness. So today, I would like to highlight the three key themes. First, Kingdom's vision for manufacturing, a deep dive into our plans for industrial expansion, key initiatives, and opportunity for growth. Second, Alat's role in redefining manufacturing, how we are accelerating autonomous manufacturing, AI-driven robots, sustainability to transform the industrial landscape. And third, what are the engagement opportunities for the private sector? How global businesses can invest, collaborate, scale within the kingdom in this thriving industrial ecosystem. Transformation is already happening. Now is the time for private sector to capitalize on this momentum and be part of the historic shift. Not only to capture the opportunities here, but be part of the global supply chain. Be able to lean on the entire global opportunities that are right here in front of us. Kingdom's vision for 2030 is built on clear objectives. To establish the kingdom as a leading global hub for advanced manufacturing, the vision goes beyond the traditional industrial growth. It aims to create an integrated manufacturing ecosystem that fosters a knowledge-based economy. Imagine, in the knowledge-based economy, Kingdom is creating the intellectual property for the next generation technology, whether it's robotics or smartphone. Imagine that this is research-driven. This is not just manufacturing. This has IP, this has R&D, and this creates the knowledge-based economy. It creates the groundbreaking technologies where talent and Kingdom that is young and hungry and globally ready wants to not just be part of this AI-driven manufacturing, but also create the outcomes that are in the R&D and innovation. Second is, how do we do technological innovation? I talked about how do we create the entire end-to-end design, R&D, and IP platform. And that is core part of what we do as well. Imagine the power of Industry 4.0, AI, automation, IoT, and smart manufacturing to push the boundaries of what is possible. We have advantage in energy. We have an advantage in ability to put capital to creating the future. That's why Alat was created. The timing could not have been better. Supply chain is moving. Global companies are not just solving for efficiency and globalization like they have done in the past. They are solving for resilience. Resilience and efficiency can be matched here. This is the opportunity. This is the time for us to seize this space. We are geographically located in the right place, and the future, the way it is shaping up geopolitically, we will play a much bigger role in all things future of manufacturing. Now, advanced manufacturing, if you think about the scenario where we could be participating in many industry clusters, this isn't just about a factory. This isn't just about a partnership. We have to build the entire ecosystem for industry sector and clusters so we can be competitive. We have to bring the scale. Without the scale and without the export, we can never be competitive. And if we are not doing value add, our pricing will always be higher. That will make us uncompetitive. So the best way to measure our success isn't just about a factory. It has to be about end-to-end ecosystem that make our industry sector competitive. That requires a systematic approach to building the sector, using capital appropriately, but also building the supply chain localization. That would be so critical. Sustainability is at the heart of everything we do. So clean energy is an advantage. Many of you have seen that cost of energy, particularly clean energy, at the daytime is less than 1 cent per kilowatt hour on certain locations. Compare that to Singapore being 22 cents, or compare that to China, it's more like 6 to 8 cents. It's a huge advantage. And that advantage has to be not only looked at from a business imperative, but also it is all things future. So we're very excited about what's possible here. We also think that if we have to start now for all things future, why not do it right? Why not do it with sustainability at the grounds up principle? And we can do it, and we're doing it. We'll show you that. Now, some of the things that have already been going on, this is not a lot, this is Kingdom's view. So first and foremost, national strategy for industry. The roadmap for industrial expansion, outlining key growth sectors and policy initiatives, this was launched in 2022, is already there. Second, SIDF, the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, has already disseminated 161 billion SAR by Q4 2024 to support the industrial projects. You can see tremendous amount of support exists. National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, NIDLIP, investing heavily in infrastructure, logistics, and workforce development. Again, these are the positive factor for all things in the private sector as well. This is the ideal place, and Saudi Arabia is developing state-of-the-art industrial zones as well with the right policies. I'll just mention a couple of them. Of course, SILS, Special Integrated Logistics Zone, that is optimizing the trade and the supply chain operations. And the King Abdullah Economic City, CAKE, is a hub for industrial excellence. Auto sector cluster is there too, integrating a smart infrastructure and automation. So the transformation is already there. Policy is fully there to support our businesses and our partnership. It's expanding across diversified sector, FDI is on the growth, and this is really a once-in-a-generational opportunity for us to establish presence in the world's fastest-growing industrial markets. At Alat, we envision a future where manufacturing is autonomous, intelligent, adaptive, sustainable, and future-leaning. Traditional factories typically remain dependent on manual labor and static automation, limiting the flexibility and efficiency, but we are transforming this model. We think learning, adapting, and making autonomous decisions in real time is key to competing on the global stage. And that is what we need to do to bring the scale and to be competitive. This level of opportunity is unprecedented, and we are here to help you realize together. We do not have to compromise on efficiency. We do not have to compromise on technology. we can bring all the factors that is needed to compete on a global stage. I would like to share with you a couple of examples. First, I will show you the strategic partnership we built with SoftBank. And this establishes the industrial robotics manufacturing in Saudi Arabia. By May of this year, we will be exporting robots to all over the world. And that is what will be built here in Riyadh. We're investing in a fully automated manufacturing and engineering hub in Riyadh, which is dedicated to producing cutting-edge industrial robots. Now, these robots will revolutionize manufacturing and assembly process, not only here, but all over the world. Imagine the robots that can program themselves. Imagine the robots that basically have 3 to 5x the speed of a normal labor. Imagine that these robots can really revolutionize how and where and what can be manufactured. That is the opportunity and promise that we have to work on. These also reshape the traditional manufacturing methods. We can redefine what is possible here as well as globally. Some of the manufacturing centers developed in the last few decades will get reshaped, because now the cost of these robots and automation is going to be same as hiring a person on an operator on a manufacturing facility. So I would like to invite you to come visit this manufacturing by end of the May, where we can showcase to you what is possible and how globally world-leading these technologies are being manufactured here in Riyadh. The second piece I would tell you is that these things are not in isolation. These things are ultimately part of our Vision 2030 with the economic diversification and innovation. And these sort of things which takes generative AI, takes a self-optimization as the core of what manufacturing does. I would say sky is the limit. Think about 45% reduction in downtime. Think about 85% decrease in manufacturing errors. Think about energy saving through AI-powered optimization. Think about state-of-the-art robotics facility that will be completely 100% powered by clean energy. That's what journey we are on. This is, again, core to our guiding principle. The abundant clean energy that we have at the cheap cost is core to what we can do in manufacturing. This AI-driven efficiency and renewable energy efficiency program, we are paving the way for zero carbon manufacturing, fully supporting Vision 2030. Kingdom is the most attractive destination for industrial investments. Consider these 3 advantages. Within 3 hours of 2 billion consumers, backed by $147 billion government investment in transport and logistics, $2.5 trillion in untapped mineral reserves, enhancing the supply chain resilience. And we are prioritizing 9 business units where private sector can collaborate and partner with us. Some of them are smart devices, smart buildings, appliances, health, advanced industrials, next generation infrastructure, electrification, AI infrastructure, and semiconductors. These sectors represent trillion-dollar market opportunity. For example, smart health is $800 billion by 2030. Semiconductor is a trillion-dollar industry by 2030. Smart buildings is $408 billion by 2030. Smartphone market alone will reach $858 billion. Electrification is $173 billion by 2030. The companies that invest in the kingdom today will be positioned for unprecedented growth and first mover advantage. Our commitment to shaping the future of manufacturing goes beyond the vision. It is rooted in action. At LEAP 2025, message was clear and compelling. True innovation and demands action, not just conversation. The importance of walking the walk was front and center, emphasizing the bold ideas and grand visions must be matched by tangible progress and real-world results. This spirit of action represents Kingdom's unwavering commitment to turning ambition into achievement. It is a declaration that Kingdom is not merely envisioning a future shaped by innovation, it is building it step by step with determination and purpose. By transforming visionary idea into groundbreaking outcomes, the Kingdom is proving to the world that it doesn't just talk about change, it leads it. And we are delivering on this promise. In just 1 year, we have achieved what many have thought to be impossible, forging landmark partnerships with global giants like Lenovo and SoftBank. A little bit about Lenovo. We did the groundbreaking, but within this year, we will be exporting our notebooks, the PCs, servers, not only for our needs, but on a global scenario as well. And hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, we'll announce another transformative opportunity, because it's not just about signing agreement, it's about turning vision into reality. It is creating the jobs of the future. It is about building the future. It is about making tomorrow a great place for all of us. That's the journey we are on. And these factories that all come with the R&D, that all come with innovation, are the testament to not only our vision, our ambition, but also what's possible in future. As I mentioned before, by this summer, we will have the first product roll off the product lines in our robotics factory from Riyadh. By end of the year, we'll have the first electronics and PC devices roll off the Lenovo factory, and more to come. We will stay on this path, not only for this singular partnership, but we'll continue to build industrial cluster that is transformative around the globe. We broke 2 days ago our groundbreaking with Lenovo in Riyadh, and I'm very proud of that. I want to congratulate all of you who have supported this journey. This is state-of-the-art facility. This facility will be probably the most advanced in the world for any electronics manufacturing. This will have automated warehousing. It will have complete AGVs, 70 to 80% automation in everything we do. And it will also have the sustainability built into the goals from day one. This Saudi-made future, where innovative, high-quality technology products are designed, developed, and manufactured locally, this will be 200,000 square meter facility as a phase one. And once completed, will sustainably manufacture, as I mentioned, millions of PCs, desktop, and servers that will be proudly made in Saudi Arabia for the world. We're not stopping at making the products. We're committed to creating most advanced technology in the most sustainable way. What sets us apart is not just what we build, it is how we build it. As I mentioned, clean energy, low carbon, but it's also about R&D. It's about jobs of the future. It's about the proud statement that the Kingdom makes on the world stage, that we are ready to be part of this global transformation journey that is driven by AI, that is driven by robotics, that is driven by sustainability, that is driven by supply chain resilience, and many other factors. We are ready. We're ready to take on that, and we're ready to do the walk. It's about also, you have to realize many of the companies who have been operating, they don't have the government leadership. They don't have the support. They don't have PIF. They don't have the momentum we have. They don't have the market drive that the Kingdom and the region has. There is middle class is being built around 2,000 kilometers both ways from the Saudi Arabia. This is unprecedented opportunity. I want you to feel it. All the factors are coming together. We have the capital, we have the energy, we have the momentum, we have the market, and we have the government leadership and the entities like PIF that makes it happen. I was talking in one of the panel where one of my European colleagues said, why can't we have few of these factors working in our favor? So time is now. And it's not just about localizing for local demand, it's about global leadership. It's also about not just we doing it, it's about partnership with all of you. That's the opportunity. We are open. We're open to discussions. We're open to creating the future together. And we're open to being the part of this global world-class businesses that we are building right here in the kingdom. But without your partnership, we won't make it happen. And that's my ask of you today. If you have anything to suggest to us, and we are meeting with local businesses and families to partner together as well. We'd love to partner more. My email address is very simple, my name @allot.com. I look forward to hearing from you. But that said, it is an opportunity of unprecedented proportions. Timing is now. We have to think big. We have to lead the way. And all factors are coming our way. Let's seize the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Amit Mitha. As you mentioned, AI isn't coming. AI is here, it's disruptive, and it's no longer a buzzword. And that was truly an inspiring presentation reflecting how the future of the manufacturing industry is being built today here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. والآن حضورنا الكرام ندعوكم.
So invite you to launch and it's a golden opportunity for networking. And as part of this forum, we invite you to visit the marketplace and the exhibition in the pavilion and bomb grove. You can see more than 100 portfolio PIF companies to showcase initiatives and empowerment of the private sector, and it's a golden opportunities to sign partnership agreement. And see you after 70 minutes.
حضورنا مشاهدينا الكرام ورحب.
Dear guest, we welcome you again, and we will proceed our programs with PIF and Private Sector Forum. Now we will reach to speak about the sustainable transformation, and now the worldwide transfer to the changing of the transformation, and now we have a main player to lead this transformation. Seer company, a strategic partner, reflect the theory of the vision of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How can we import automotive cars and manufacturing internal with a high quality, and what kind of opportunity he provide to the investment and for the companies and for the local talent. This presentation we will present now after a while, and we will answer all your questions. Please welcome with the engineer Jim DeLuca, the CEO of Seer company. Please welcoming
Good afternoon, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jim DeLuca. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Seer National Automotive Company. It is my distinct pleasure to be with you today at the PIF Private Sector Forum. I extend my sincere gratitude to PIF for hosting this important event and for providing all of us the opportunity to collaborate with the private sector. This is my 46th year in the automotive industry. I've worked in countries around the world for General Motors and in Vietnam for Vingroup when we were launching VinFast. And I can tell you there is nothing like what is going on right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These are exciting and transformative times. We are not just starting a car company, we are in fact igniting an industry. Today, I will not show you what we plan to do. Instead, I will show you what we are doing and hopefully, just maybe, inspire you along the way. At Seer, we understand that true success comes from the seamless integration of these 6 elements. These pillars do not stand in isolation. They're intrinsically linked, working together in perfect harmony, and they are what drives the Seer vision forward. Today, I will provide you an overview of the plan, our people, our partnerships, to some extent our product, our production complex, and most importantly, the potential or opportunity that sits directly in front of each and every one of us. So let's start with the plan. Inspired by the vision of His Royal Highness, Seer is the physical manifestation of his ambitious vision for the kingdom's automotive industry. Seer represents the realization of the vision and his desire to establish not just a car company, but an entire industry driven by the ambition of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Seer benefits from an exceptionally distinguished board of directors boasting unparalleled breadth and depth of experience. Its members include the esteemed ministers of energy, sport, investment, industry, and education, as well as the governor of the Public Investment Fund and chairman of Aramco, and the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Foxconn. This remarkable group of leaders provides Seer with unwavering support and continual guidance. Seer's part of Vision 2030. The work we do instills a sense of pride in our people and is woven into the vision. Tasked with building the automotive industry in the kingdom and producing the first battery electric vehicles, we are driving economic growth and diversification, stimulating investment, developing human capital, and fostering a knowledge-based economy to contribute to the prosperous future of the kingdom. We're here today at this forum as a testament to the power of collaboration and to highlight the vital role that the private sector plays in achieving all of the elements of Vision 2030. The numbers simply speak for themselves. We will have a huge impact on the economy. We're committed to driving transformation and growth in the kingdom. Over the next decade, we will attract more than 150 million USD in foreign direct investment, create up to 30,000 direct and indirect jobs, localize 45% of our product content or bill of material, and contribute 8 billion USD directly to Saudi's GDP by 2034. Seer exemplifies the progress and reflects PIF's strategy of unlocking promising sectors and contributing to the diversification of the kingdom's economy. We are a joint venture between the Public Investment Fund and Foxconn, the world's largest electronics manufacturer and a true technology leader. Seer is the first automobile company to design, engineer, source, validate, manufacture, sell, and service a portfolio of aspirational battery electric vehicles right here in the kingdom. No one else, I repeat, no one else can say that. While here, I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the ongoing collaboration with the kingdom's automotive-related government agencies and the unwavering support that we receive from them on a continuous basis. Thank you for helping us make history. Let's switch gears now and talk a little bit about our people. As you can see, we have assembled an exceptional group of leaders who support me at Seer. This team of experts from across the globe bring with them a wealth of automotive experience and share my passion for what we're doing. Let me now show you how Seer has grown. Today, I am pleased to say we are over 1,300 employees strong. It's incredible to believe that we started this journey a mere 2 years ago. Our diverse and talented team is totally focused on creating Saudi's first domestic battery electric car company and igniting this industry along the way. But it doesn't stop here. We're committed to human capital development. We need to prepare tomorrow's local Saudi leaders starting right here today. We actively partner with educational and vocational institutions such as NAVA, along with academic institutions within the kingdom and abroad. We've also partnered with the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Education to launch Seer's WAD program. This immersive educational opportunity is designed to educate, to upskill, and ultimately to employ Saudi engineers and technicians. Let us now hear from the first cohort of inspiring young Saudi engineers selected for this very prestigious program.
مجال السيارات الكهربائية كان مجرد حلم وشغف بالنسبة لنا. سير خلت ذا الحلم واقع نعيشه الآن. من أنا صغيرة كنت دائماً أطمح إني أكون الأولى، فبالنسبة لي كان شغف إني أكون جزء من هذه الشركة اللي هي أول شركة تصنيع سيارات في السعودية.
بدأت في البحث عن فرص واعدة مثل برنامج واعد، وأتشرف بالانضمام لشركة سير والعمل على أحد مشاريع رؤية المملكة.
أكثر شيء شجعني أن انضم لبرنامج واعد شغفي في السيارات.
برنامج واعد حيساعدني أو حيزيد خبرتي وحيزيد تعليمي في مجال السيارات الكهربائية.
الجزء العملي من برنامجنا مهم جدا، لأن احنا ناخذ الخبرة العملية من الصناع الكبار هناك، ونرجع هنا حتى نطلع إن شاء الله بإذن الله أفضل سيارة تراها العالم.
إن شاء الله بعد ما نرجع نطبق اللي تعلمناه ونساهم في صناعة أول سيارة كهربائية في المملكة.
هذا البرنامج راح يثبت للعالم أجمع أن الشاب السعودي قادر على إحداث التغيير والتطوير في مجال السيارات الكهربائية.
These future Saudi leaders have embarked on an exciting educational opportunity for 12 months in the automotive capital of the world, Detroit, Michigan. Through these types of collaborations, we're developing the next generation of Saudi automotive professionals by providing access to the talent, technologies, knowledge transfer initiatives, and best practices in EV manufacturing. These individuals are being prepared to lead the KSA automotive industry for generations to come. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about product. I say talk because I'm really not yet in a position to show you the product. That will come a little later this year, and the inspiration associated with that unveiling a little later this year. What I can share with you now is our approach and our philosophy in designing, engineering, and validating our vehicles to give you a better idea of what is about to happen. I will never forget the words of His Royal Highness when we first presented our designs. He said, if the world is going left, go right. Turn in the other direction. Don't show me what the rest of the world is doing. Instead, show me something that is unique and different. His Royal Highness gave us permission to be boundless in our creativity and innovation. The relentless pursuit of the extraordinary has become part of our DNA. Our design philosophy is driven by a spirit of innovation and a commitment to pushing boundaries. What else would you expect in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? We're inspired by the kingdom. Our wealth lies in the ambition of our people and the potential of our younger generation. Our design is rooted in the region. We think about it as a mindset, free from outdated economic and environmental infrastructure that constrains other countries and other companies around the world. And it is created for the people. Design is a creative and an intuitive process that responds to human needs. Car ownership empowers positive change. It provides a badge of identity, if you will, and a means to determine your own path, your own way forward. Our vehicles are battery electric vehicles with totally unique, purpose-led designs representing a new space and absolutely borderless thinking. They're uniquely expressive, a physical representation of the ambitions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In terms of performance, power, and handling, these products will guarantee an exhilarating driving experience. State-of-the-art technology will provide seamless and innovative connectivity and infotainment. Exhilarating and safe. Our vehicles will possess active and passive safety features, as well as the most technologically advanced driver assistance features, or ADAS features. Recognizing the region's extreme climate, Seer vehicles are engineered and validated with superior cooling performance that surpasses industry standards and will ensure optimal comfort even in the most intense heat, even in Riyadh heat. Let me now introduce to you something we can show you, our engineering mules. These are early development vehicles that allow us to begin the validation process for our rolling chassis, our batteries, our motors, our brakes, our steering, our subframes, etc. We used modified vehicles that you may recognize, but I can't say the brand name, to allow us to do this. Please take a look. Our engineering mules, produced right here in Riyadh, have been flown now to test locations around the world. Early testing allows us to make the engineering changes necessary to assure we have a flawless prototype build, the next phase of our vehicle development process. And I'm pleased to say that prototype build has started again right here in Riyadh. Okay, let's switch gears once again and talk about partnerships. We recognize that our success in building a robust industry requires leveraging a network of the best global partners. We're proud to work alongside our partners to build a thriving automotive industry. It started back when with BMW, Foxconn, and Siemens, but has evolved significantly since the early days. Our partnerships, as an example, with equipment providers like Schuler for the press shop and Durr for the paint shop will help us produce vehicles of unmatched quality. We've also established strategic partnerships with the likes of Sebelt, Hyundai Transys, and Rimac to ensure our products are technologically advanced and absolutely competitive on a global scale. Rimac, as an example, specializes in electrification technologies and will be supplying high-performance, fully integrated electric drive systems for our Seer flagship models. Let me take the opportunity and show you a sneak peek at what's yet to come from our partnership with Rimac. Let me tell you, the things you can do with 1,000 horsepower and torque vectoring, I'll tell you, you're going to be amazed when our first 2 vehicles hit the road. Okay, let's shift gears once again and focus on how we're building production capability right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Seer manufacturing complex, a $1.3 billion, 1 million square meter facility, is located in King Abdullah Economic City. It will be the largest and most technologically advanced automotive manufacturing complex in MENA, leveraging advanced technology, robotics, and full factory automation. When I was in General Motors, I had responsibility for 175 different operations around the world. Not one of them was as technically advanced as what we're doing in Cake. The complex has individual shops for press, body, paint, and general assembly, a fully integrated manufacturing complex. You might want to ask about progress. Well, I can tell you from groundbreaking last April to installing the first pieces of equipment right now, we have made tremendous progress. But if a picture speaks 1,000 words, then a video speaks volumes. Let's take a look. Our production process begins in the press shop. 2 Schuler 5-stage servo presses will produce major body panels for our portfolio of battery electric vehicles. Automotive-grade coils of steel will be transformed into blanks and then pressed into body panels for our 7 different products in Cake. The installation of the press shop marks a crucial first step in the launch of our manufacturing complex and is paving the way for a new era of smart manufacturing in the region. Our paint shop structure is nearing completion, and this photo that you see now is a photo of the actual paint shop equipment that is being assembled by Dur and will soon be on ships to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This paint shop will produce a surface finish that is unmatched in the industry. Think about this, a color palette of not 10, not 20, but 30 colors, and colors in gloss, matte, or satin, whatever you want. It's a level of customization certainly unheard of in the region, I might say unheard of in the industry. Finally, let's talk about why we're here today, and that's about potential, or as I like to say, opportunity. Last week, His Royal Highness officially announced the first automotive cluster in Saudi Arabia. The automotive cluster is strategically located in the special economic zone, and that's linked with a port, a highway network, a railway, an airport, and Saudi's leading University of Science and Technology, KAUST. 5 global Tier 1s have already agreed to co-locate with us in Cake. Lear, Javis, Bentler, Forvia, and Shenyang will produce components and complicated sub-assemblies, and they will deliver them just in time to the various factories located in the cluster. We believe that our suppliers are more than just suppliers. They are, in fact, strategic partners in our pursuit to build this industry. And this is just the beginning. There are Tier 2 needs along with thousands of direct and indirect sourcing and servicing opportunities. A total of 6 Tier 1 partners will eventually join us in CAKE, providing over SAR 50 billion in value. In addition, we have 260 Saudi and local companies who will also be providing products and services with an equivalent value of almost SAR 7 billion. And today, as some of you might have seen, I'm pleased to announce that 10 new partnerships for sourcing and services, 80% of which are local private sector companies, have signed memorandums of understanding, providing a total value of SAR 5 billion. And the opportunities go well beyond automotive. 3 assembly plants, 6 Tier 1 global suppliers, multiple Tier 2 suppliers. Think about this: tens of thousands of jobs and families relocating to CAKE. They're gonna need stuff. They're gonna need restaurants and coffee shops and entertainment venues and hotels. The list is absolutely endless. That means the opportunity is absolutely endless. And as I was preparing for this forum, I was getting so excited, I'm thinking I might actually get in on the action. Take a look at this next slide. I mean, what do you say? I'm Italian, I'm from Jersey. There might even be an opportunity in CAKE for the DeLuca family. All right, let me close this way. Ladies and gentlemen, we are open for business, and we are looking forward to joining forces with you to get this job done. If you are already one of our partners, thank you. Thank you very much. If you're not, then come and join the family. This is a journey that you simply do not want to miss. We are about to make history. Together, we will ignite an industry, we will inspire a nation, and we will amaze the world. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا المهندس جين دلوكا على ما تم مشاركته معنا. الموضوع يتعدى إنتاج السيارات الكهربائية، ولكن هو إعادة تشكيل قطاع النقل في المملكة العربية السعودية، وهذا أمر واعد. السادة والسادة، التنقل ليس جزءا واحدا من رؤية، هي هذه تعتبر، التنقل يعتبر مكون واحد من رؤية عظيمة. المملكة العربية السعودية وضعت رؤية واضحة لكي تكون قائدة في قطاع التعدين والمعادن ورؤيتها لتنويع المرونة، وأيضا الاقتصاد يركز على المستقبل. كيف يمكن للمملكة العربية السعودية أن تحقق هذه الأهداف؟ معادن ليس فقط من أكبر الشركات الأكثر نمواً في العالم، ولكن تعتبر من أكبر شركات في العالم المتخصصة في المعادن. الآن نرحب بضيفي الخاص السيد روبرت تويل، المدير التنفيذي لمعادن. مرحبا بك.
Nobody calls me Robert.
I didn't, yeah, well, Robert, I didn't recognize you. The thing is, you are in a suit today.
Yeah.
It's unlike your usual.
Well, they made me wear a suit today. I generally like to be a little casual. I'm trying to change the image of not only the company, but the industry.
Absolutely, and this is very symbolic to a biggest shift. We're gonna deep delve into it during this conversation. Well, a decade ago, mining wasn't even, a major talking point, and today it's positioned as the kingdom's third economic pillar.
Right.
Now, what's the ultimate vision behind making the mining sector the third pillar of the kingdom's economy, and how will it redefine and reshape the future of the country as well?
Sure. So I think, to address your first point, we have always said, and my predecessors have always said, that Saudi Arabia had vast mineral wealth, but we wouldn't get around to exploring for it and developing it until we needed to, because of oil and gas. So it was probably in the late 2000s whenever the country decided to monetize its phosphate reserves and its bauxite reserves into aluminum. So in 2009, we started with bauxite at Ras Al Khair, and shortly afterwards with phosphate at Ras Al Khair and then Wad Al Shamal. So the company is really only 10 to 15 years old, like you said, and we're already the third largest exporter of phosphate fertilizers. We're the fastest growing mining company in the world for the last 5 years, and we're the 8th most valuable mining company in the world by market capitalization. So a meteoric rise over the last decade and a half. But the board, under the direction of His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, has said, not good enough, not fast enough. We need to make this thing 10 times bigger by 2040. So the aspiration is to not be one of the most valuable mining companies in the world. It's to be the most valuable mining company in the world. It is to feed more than 10% of the world's population. It is to provide the metals and minerals required for the downstream diversification across the kingdom, whether it's aluminum, copper, lithium, zinc. So a vast exploration program is going on right now, and we estimate that there are $2.5 trillion worth of reserves buried in the sands of Saudi Arabia. And that's why in the last couple of years, we've stood up the largest exploration program in the world in any single jurisdiction, and we've drilled more meters, spent more resources on exploration than any other company except for one to get there. And we're just scratching the surface. We don't like to say that because it has the connotation of scratching the surface, but we are. Just this year, we've announced 2 or 3 major gold discoveries, and we're on the precipice of announcing 2 copper discoveries. So I can tell you the minerals are here, and it's just up to us to get them out of the ground, extract them sustainably, safely, responsibly, and turn them into parts for Jim's car company.
Amazing, and the world is scrambling for critical minerals,
right.
For EVs, aerospace, and renewables. Saudi Arabia has the sources, the vision, and the capital. Now, how is Ma'adin actually ensuring that the kingdom doesn't really participate only in the global race, that actually leads it?
Right, so I say we want to be a KSA-based, globally relevant, tech-enabled, people-centric mining champion. Mm-hmm. And we have the opportunity to, I am all about leapfrogging my competitors, not catching them. We will always be a young player in the industry. Mining, whether you consider agriculture or mining, one of them is the world's oldest profession. So we've got competitors that have a 200-year, 100-year history. If we just try and keep up with the pace, we'll never catch them because they're all moving as well. We've got to leapfrog it. And that's why when I say tech-enabled, we have the opportunity in Saudi Arabia with our vision for technology deployment to become an innovation and technology leader in the sector. Everything we're doing currently is designed around expediting the exploration program so that we can take the geophysical data using satellites, drones, transferring it into databases, getting AI to run through it, and to find mines within the vast reams of data we've already got to shrink the exploration cycle time down. But then the development time in the plants and mines we're building, we're already building digital twins for those, and then to innovate beyond what has traditionally been considered economic grades of mines. Our mines will probably be deeper than most, with a different ore body than most, in a hotter environment than most. So we're going to have to do things differently than our competitors. So that gives us the requirement to do things differently, and at the same time, we're going to be able to leapfrog people in technology deployment.
Interesting. You just mentioned that the discovery of vast potential gold reserves and the launch of the world's largest mineral exploration program. Now, is Saudi Arabia set to lead the next gold rush in the world and maybe also mineral supply globally?
Yeah, and I think Maritime has traditionally focused on gold in the Arabian Shield because it's fairly plentiful. We've got a long history of mining gold in the region. In fact, we still actually operate one of King Solomon's mines. So it's, Maritime is considered the cradle of gold in the industry. But we haven't really spent as much time looking for the energy transition metals and some of the other minerals that we know are here. So we're actually we've got a huge opportunity to produce 1 million ounces of gold out of the Central Arabian gold regions, and we'll be doing that within the next 5 years, which is a decent-sized gold player. But where we're spending most of our efforts now, 72% of our exploration budget this year is on copper. We know there's porphyry copper deposits here. Actually, my exploration executive vice president in his KPIs for this year is to find 2 tier 1 copper mines. So we are that close to becoming a significant copper player.
Amazing. And how much of Saudi Arabia's mineral wealth is still untapped?
Well, if you look at the 2.5 trillion, 45% of it's phosphate. We know where that is. We're already mining it. We're already producing it. It's the biggest part of our business. Then you get into bauxite, you get gold. We're working on that. Copper, underdeveloped. We're spending our focus on that. But then some of the exotic minerals like rare earth elements. We're close to being able to talk about that publicly. There's a lot of interest in the kingdom for some near-stage discoveries we're making there. So I would say probably 60% has been actively explored, and then the 40% we've got to accelerate through to the pipeline.
That's the next big breakthrough for Ma'aden chasing.
Right.
All right. Well, there's one thing we need to dig in more, and it's no longer about digging for minerals.
Right.
The real revolution is shaping the underground and in the cloud with AI, automation, and data efficiency also. So is Ma'aden leveraging technology in a way to become not just bigger, but more sustainable and aligning with the future?
Yeah, I think like we talked about, some of the challenges with the mining in Saudi are different than some of the other locations in the world. But the way we want to do it is also different. We are the only significant mining jurisdiction in the world without a river. So water access is huge to us. So we've partnered with Ecolab to determine the most efficient way and to reduce our groundwater consumption by 60% at our mines and plants. So we've got to innovate in how we produce things. We can't do it traditionally. We've got to do things differently. That's going to require innovation. The speed in which we want to do this, the processing of the data. We just signed, or we're in the process of finalizing a joint venture with Aramco to partner together to explore all of the Arabian platform. Our efforts to date have been focused on the Arabian Shield. Aramco has been exploring the platform for oil and gas now for 80-some years. They've got, I can't tell you how many terabytes of data and core samples in warehouses as big as this hall that have not been tested for minerals.
Untapped opportunities.
So another one of our KPIs this year is to find 2 mines by mining that data using artificial intelligence.
Interesting.
So we're throwing technology, AI, digitization, and innovation across everything from exploration all the way through processing to reduce costs, make it more sustainable, and most of all for us is acceleration.
Like, speaking of the timeline, with the penetration and injection of AI, are we talking about like squeezing the time from years to months,
Right. So
from months to minutes?
So the traditional time from exploration discovery to the time you're commissioning a mine is 20 years.
Wow.
Our most recent mine that we commissioned, Mansour Massara, 2 years ago, it took us 18 years from exploration, discovery to commissioning. So we shaved a little bit of time off. We've now got a process we've established that is throughout the entire value chain from exploration to commissioning, where we think we can do it in 9 years. And our esteemed chairman, Yasser Rumayyan, said, not good enough, come back with a better answer. Okay. So that tells you the patience he has for it. I was pretty happy to cut it in half. That's not good enough.
But fast enough.
Not fast enough.
Well, with all this acceleration, let's take a step back and think Saudi Arabia mining ambitions are moving faster than the global industry prepared for. And what does that mean for investors and competitors as well?
Well, I think, this weekend was a big weekend for Ma'adin. We went out to the international debt markets hoping to secure diversified finance from the international community for $1 billion. When we went out to the international debt markets, that was oversubscribed. We had $12 billion of requests for placement. Only a couple of basis points above the PIF, which currently has a credit rating 4 notches above us. So it just spoke to the international demand for an interest in Saudi Arabia, the mining sector, and Ma'aden specifically. So from an investment standpoint, we're already the eighth most valuable mining company in the world. We're getting that level of recognition from the bond markets, wanting to participate in our growth story. So that's from an investor perspective. They expect us to deliver on everything I'm saying. Now, fortunately, we've got a great operations team, a great exploration team, and they're delivering on it. And we talk about it all the time, like, guys, I can go say this. We can go to Wall Street. We can go to London. We can hit the big markets. But if you aren't delivering on a day-to-day basis, taking out costs, delivering your volumes, keeping your people safe, the story falls apart. So we've got 8,000 people in remote sites across the kingdom working really hard for us to keep this positive momentum going.
This would lead us to the big question, opportunity. Like, if there's an investor or a supplier or someone who's looking how to be part of, this massive shift, they would ask, like, what is the roadmap and how fast and easy can we plug into Ma'aden's supply chain?
So I think, this is a great audience to talk to.
Exactly.
Because we're across three minerals, phosphate, aluminum, and gold, and copper, with exploration. Any place in that value chain you want to plug in, we have a spot for you. I mean, we talk to everybody from people that sell satellite technology and want to partner with us on getting our readings from the ground to satellite to a processing facility to process that data, all the way to pump suppliers. So our Tharwa program is our local content program, and we are about 57% right now local content. But
57.
Our vision is to not only keep up with what the kingdom requires in local content, but to build an ecosystem around this, what I would call underdeveloped premier mining jurisdiction. So suppliers that want to come into this system, and we recently talked to 24,000 people at the Future Minerals Forum a couple of weeks ago, and there's still some questions about how to navigate the ecosystem. We want to be part of the story. We have a technology that you could help with. We have talent and capability that you could use. So how do we get into this? So our supplier development program that I hope you visit out in the booths, we've taken a different approach. We're not only providing the business opportunities, whether it's for parts, critical spare parts, materials, technology, but we're also helping guide them through the ecosystem. So Abdullah Sami and his team have set up kind of a one-stop shop within Ma'aden where we will reach out to the various ministries, stakeholders, royal commissions, et cetera, and help walk those people through. So it takes the internal demand that we've got with the external requirements in the kingdom and married in one spot.
All right, well, this is the most exciting shift is happening in Ma'aden supply chain, maximizing local content, as you just mentioned, 75%, expanding supplier networks. Now, the question is, what does success look like in the long term, and can we see a future where Saudi suppliers dominate Ma'aden's supply chain?
Absolutely. I think, so I come from the aluminum industry, and 4 of the raw materials required for aluminum are bauxite, caustic soda, coke, and pitch. We mine our own bauxite. We're working with local suppliers to where we'll wrap up our entire caustic supply chain this year locally, and we're working on coke and pitch agreements this week. So all of the 4 of the major raw materials required for our aluminum production in Saudi Arabia will be localized this year.
Okay, and the incentives also are hard to ignore here if you want to shed light on some of the major
Yeah, so I think if you want to come invest, the SIDF has tax incentives, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources expedites licensing for you. The Minister of Investment has programs that we partner with in the Sharik program. So the various ministries around also offer a lot of incentives, not only financial incentives, but ease of doing business incentives and regulatory incentives. And that's what Abdullah's group can help with, is tying all that together so it's a very attractive package that we can present so that people don't have to run across Riyadh looking for the right person to talk to.
Absolutely. And this is the whole purpose why we're bringing all these people together in this room. Well, speaking of Saudi Arabia, it's offering one of the most attractive regulatory frameworks in the world. But let's talk about the big differentiator. Compared to the other global mining hubs, what is the competitive edge that will let investors commit?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things, and it's somewhat sensitive in our industry right now, but in the U.S., it takes 18 years to get a license. In
18 years?
18 years.
Oh my God.
In Saudi Arabia, it takes 180 days.
Wow, okay. Impressive.
You've got places like Panama and Chile, which are Panama and Mali, which are expropriating mines right now. We've got a stable regime. We've got a stable rule of law, governed process. We've got stability in the kingdom. We have logistics. We've got a perfect logistics hub with 2 bodies of water right in east and west. We've got energy advantages. So we've got all the infrastructure. We've got the right regulatory environment. We've got the right government. We've got the right stability to make it a very safe haven for investors. And I think that's why you're seeing the interest you are in the bond markets recently and with our share price, because people look to us as fairly untapped potential in a great jurisdiction to operate.
Yes, and this kind of momentum is very rare. We're talking about record-breaking discoveries, rapid expansion, and operational transformation at a scale very few companies can match. Now, with speed comes risk.
Right.
What kind of risks Ma'aden really looking out for?
So what keeps me up at night is people.
People.
Both the right skills and the quantity. So everybody you're talking to out there, all the PIF portfolio companies, are competing for the same scarce resource base of young Saudi talent. So we've got a population that's 65% under 35 right now. These kids are hungry, they're ambitious, they want to be challenged, they want to be trained, they want to learn. So we've got to have an employee value proposition that beats the competition. And we're all on the same team, but they're also the competition for our talent. We will need, by our growth plans, just the minds and the plants we have in mind, we would need to triple the size of our workforce in a decade. Now, I say those people are not going to be available because of what's going on out there, what's going on with the giga projects, what's going on elsewhere.
What you're doing in this arena and field?
So we're using technology to eliminate what I think will be 33% of that need. So I think I'm only going to need to double the size of my workforce if I use technology properly. But that's still 16,000 more people I've got to hire in the next decade. And then I've got to train them on things that they don't traditionally know. I mean, I think if we are very blessed, and I can say this as an expat, have the best chemical engineers in the world because we've been doing this for 80 years. But mining engineers, we just established a program a couple of years ago with KFUPM for the first mining engineer graduate program. We've established the Saudi Mining Polytechnic to train the technical skills for mining and crafts. Then we've even gone further down in the pipeline, and we're working with schools in remote regions and set up schools of excellency for bright and talented young Saudi males and females. So we're working on education at every part of the pipeline. So we've got to get that pipeline full because we know this mass is coming to us to staff our plants in skills that they're not traditionally trained on: geology, mining, technology, data science, et cetera.
Okay, that's for the Saudi people. What about the Saudi businesses? What is your message to the Saudi businesses that really want to be part of this mining booming happening here in Saudi Arabia?
So most people in my industry look for three things when they're looking for partners. They look for technology, talent, or capital. I'm not necessarily looking for capital, but I am looking for technology and talent. So if you want to partner in this growth story, expect that the talent you bring to me, part of their mandate is going to be to develop Saudi talent. So I came from Alcoa, and I helped establish the aluminum business here between 2010 and 2015. And I can tell you, most people in Saudi Arabia had never even heard of aluminum, let alone known how to make it. So we took a cadre of Saudis and we sent them around to all of our plants globally: Quebec, Australia,
States,
US, et cetera. Seconded them there for a couple of years while expats ran the facility. And we brought our management designees back, shadowed us for a couple of years. And within 3 to 5 years, we had created an aluminum complex out of the desert that is now 100% led by Saudis, staffed by Saudis. And my partners at Alcoa will tell me that it is the best running aluminum smelter they've got in the portfolio.
Wow.
So I think
this is really exciting.
But that's, I mean, I take this one very seriously. Mm-hmm. I don't want suppliers to come from abroad and set up shop without leaving something behind. They, not only the Saudization requirements, but teaching and developing the skills and talent for the future. It's part of the job. So when you come here, and it's a great part of the job. These kids are great. I have a blast with them, and you'll enjoy working with them. So expect that's going to be a requirement if you work with Ma'aden.
Amazing. And it's not just, local players. Ma'aden is forging, actually, that big bridging between SMEs and global giants. Can you share with us one of the most exciting, partnership Ma'aden has formed?
Well, I think we've got, I've got recency bias, so the one I'm focused on right now is Aramco and getting Aramco across the line. So, if we can have access to their 80 years of data with their presence in the platform, what they know, and you combine it with our mineral expertise, I know we will unlock some potential. So that's on a massive scale. I mean, you partner with Aramco, you're holding the tiger by the tail a little bit, and I know
Exactly.
and I know that. But we've got. Most recently, we signed an agreement with a company out of Australia called Fleet Technologies that uses satellite technologies, sensors on the ground, taking readings from vast swaths of real estate, sending it up to satellites, and then telling us where to drill. So we drilled about 430,000 meters last year looking for minerals in the dirt. If we can deploy that satellite technology from Fleet to tell us where to pinpoint our drilling accuracy, it's cheaper, it's faster, it's more accurate. So everything from partnering with the most valuable company in the world on a huge part of the kingdom's exploration to deploying satellite technologies in the desert, we've got everything covered in between. Yeah.
Well, every major company has a defining moment. Those turning points that define the future of the company. What is the most impactful success story that defines Ma'aden's vision?
So I think one that is going to be very emotional and very cool next week. So we're currently expanding our phosphate complex in Wad al-Shamal in Ras Al Khair, but we're going to be visiting Wad al-Shamal next week with the minister, the vice minister of mineral resources, industry and mineral resources, and the governor of the region. And when we built Wad al-Shamal back in 2009, 2010, and 2011, we established a couple of schools of excellence. One of the graduates of that school of excellence that we established early days in those days subsequently graduated, went on to KFUPM, got a degree. Now he's hired back to Ma'aden, and he'll be briefing us next week on Phosphate 3, the expansion. So within 15 years, we're developing the kids in that region that are now building that region. So that's, it sounds kind of corny maybe, but I love that story.
Absolutely. It's just not only an ambition, but it's truly a transformation in this sector. Let's look ahead. Momentum is everything in this industry. What is the big next Ma'aden milestone the world should watch for?
So I've hinted at a couple of discoveries this year. I think by FMF next year, we will firmly be in a position to announce copper. I think copper. The world is waiting for that announcement whenever we can definitively say we've found significant copper potential in Saudi Arabia. That's what everybody comes to FMF to talk about, is when are you really going to unearth that potential? And I think that's the next big thing.
Okay. Well, I think we have almost, let's say, 1 minute. I'll add that to the timer. If we fast forward to 2030, what's the headline you would want to see about Saudi mining sector the world is talking about?
I think we will have lived up to the hype and the ambition that is now being talked about. I mean, I think it's just a matter of delivering and execution at this point.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for a very interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was like unlimited mining opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, laying the foundation for Saudi Arabia's next era of economic growth. And now we will look to the future. It's clear whether on the land or in the skies, the kingdom is redefining industries and pushing boundaries like never before. Want to mention the aviation sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is reaching new heights and making headlines. And this transformation is none other than Riyad Air, the kingdom's new national carrier, set to redefine air travel and connect the world to the wonders of Saudi Arabia. Before we welcome Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyad Air, and his esteemed moderator, Ramya Faraj, to hear about preparations to take to the skies by This year, 2025, let's celebrate the arrival of Riyad Air first aircraft. It has a name, it's called Jamila, a name that reflects beauty, elegance, and the exciting future of the aviation in Saudi Arabia. What makes Jamila so special? Let's watch this video.
Our very good morning. Good morning, Riyad Air 08 King Khalid Tower Service. Copy that. Thank you for the information. Riyad Air 080. Runway 33 left, clear to land. Vacate at the end of the runway. Riyad Air 080.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is wonderful to be joined by Mr. Tony Douglas, who's going to share with us the myriad opportunities within Riyad Air and its vision for transforming the aviation sector. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I know that we are looking at this incredible aircraft, Jamila. For our non-Arabic speakers in the room, if there are any of you, Jamila means beautiful, and it certainly is beautiful. And we want to hear all about it and all of your future plans with Riyad Air. Now, one of the aspirations of Vision 2030 is to revolutionize the aviation sector. And I would like to know how Riyad Air plans to contribute to the Kingdom's goals for economic diversification, for tourism growth, and ultimately for global connectivity.
Ramia, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, that was Jamila. She is the first aircraft in the fleet of Tehran Al Riyadh. And of course, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh. We're very proudly a PIF portfolio company, and it is the Kingdom's new national carrier. And our mandate's very quick, very, very clear. We are to connect to in excess of 100 international cities by 2030. We are looking to contribute in excess of $20 billion to the economy. In terms of total employment, throughout the whole of our organization and everything that supports us, in excess of 200,000 employees. But importantly, we want to connect all of you, your friends, your family, your colleagues, to the world. And of course, for the world, better connectivity to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it's therefore not just a cross-cutter to the other 13 pillars within the 2030 strategy. It's also a key enabler to doing business, to allow people at conferences like this to get better access to international markets, and for international markets to get better access here to the Kingdom. So a business enabler, a tourism enabler, and of course something that serves each and every one of you. And for the avoidance of any doubt whatsoever, humbly we are here to serve, and we will deliver the highest standards in commercial aviation.
Well, you certainly are reaching for the sky with those very ambitious numbers for global connectivity. I would like to know a little bit more about the major initiatives that you feel are transforming the aviation landscape. Tell us about infrastructure investments, new regulations, and other initiatives that are combined to make Saudi a global aviation hub?
I think the aviation ecosystem within the kingdom is like no other. First of all, it's all joined up, and there's a huge amount of investment, obviously, into developing a new national carrier, the continued growth of Saudi, the airlines that are operating within the kingdom, but the amazing new King Salman International Airport. So infrastructure, a key part of that end-to-end guest experience from the curbside to the destination and back again. But for us, the biggest breakthrough is digital. And I should mention that our purpose statement reads as follows: we're a digitally led business that enables travel. And I actually think that's actually, in our line of business, quite profound. A digitally led business that enables travel, i.e., not to be confused with a conventional airline. And the benefit we have as a startup, Ramia, is we have no legacy. And for airlines, this is hugely empowering. It allows us to work with the tools that are available to us all in the digital world today, and therefore operate more in line with what you would expect with Uber, with Airbnb, with online order offer, the likes of noon.com or Amazon. So here at FII in October of last year, we released version 1.0 of what that concierge proposition looks like. And next week in FII in Miami, we'll release version 2.0. And the breakthrough, therefore, is digital, digital, digital.
So a digitally led business that enables travel rather than a travel company that is using digital solutions. It's really remarkable, and I want to touch on the technology that you're using to improve the customer experience in just a moment. But first, tell us about the biggest opportunities for investment within Riyad Air. For example, areas like fleet expansion or airport infrastructure or technology partnerships.
So we love being involved in events like this. You know, it's bringing communities together, medium-sized businesses, small businesses, and of course a range of portfolio companies. We're proudly a Saudi national carrier. We are Saudi-led, and we're here to serve the population. But we're also here to be a business connector. And there is so much opportunity because aviation touches so many different businesses. And as a consequence, as a startup, we need just about everything. So to date, we have made many contractual awards to Saudi businesses. In recent times, we awarded a 2.3 billion SAR deal with Catrion, who are now our catering provider for the home base here in Riyadh. FII here, I referred to earlier, last October, we signed a strategic deal with Aramco in terms of fuel and to help us work on our environmental proposition. So there's great opportunity with Riyad Air. We want to work with Saudi-led businesses, and in particular in the digital space, which I go back to. And like many other of the PIF portfolio companies, we have our booth outside, and I would encourage anybody who hasn't already made contact with us through riyadair.com to connect with our team here in the booth. We're open for business, and we're looking for super innovative partners.
The 2.3 billion Riyal contract with Catrion was really a landmark agreement. Are you going to sign any similar agreements in the near future? And tell us about your aspirations for working with Saudi SMEs in particular.
So I think in short, we will be signing many additional agreements going forward. We're in our launch year. Jamila, that you've seen earlier, will be joined by her brothers and sisters in the end of this year. Obviously, Boeing are providing this aircraft. It's 787. It's an incredible aircraft. Boeing have had their challenges. I think most people will have seen that in the media, but we're confident that they will be able to deliver to us later on this year. And then, of course, we, as your service provider, your national carrier, will be absolutely delighted to welcome you on board. But of course, when you think that through, there are so many other elements that go into providing service. So everything from that first touch point with the digital concierge that I referred to earlier, the way in which you might be picked up from your residence, or you can actually connect through to a rideshare proposition in order to make that journey easier for you. The way in which you're welcomed at the airport, how you go through a check-in or a bag drop procedure. We'll be announcing contracts for incredible VIP lounges, for premium lounges, and for guest lounge experiences. Obviously, I've already referred to catering. Then there's all the engineering support of the aircraft. We'll be operating in over 100 cities around the world, so you have to have all the outstations in place for those, fuel contracts, and so on and so forth. But we'll employ thousands, tens of thousands, when you look at cabin crew and pilots. So there's pilot training facilities, there are cities in order to house the cabin crew and our staff. The list just goes on and on and on. Wherever possible, where it's capability driven and commercially appropriate, we'll always favour going Saudi first.
Myriad opportunities for Saudi businesses to work with Riyad Air, and I can tell you really want to talk about the technology, and it is exciting. So tell us about the role of technology in reshaping travel, and how is Riyad Air transforming the guest experience through the use of various technologies?
So I imagine everybody in the room will have experienced that conventional airline ticketing isn't particularly customer friendly. And that's a function of legacy systems that have been around for many, many decades, actually more like 50 years. With modern apps, how you connect into them, of course, everybody does it, but it's particularly clunky. And the example I normally use is when you try and cancel a flight and get a refund, it can sometimes take weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Yet when you cancel a ride on an Uber, it's instant. When you cancel a booking on Airbnb, it's instant. And of course, those were propositions which were designed in a digital age to give guest experience that ability. Now, we're all familiar with the average age of the kingdom. It's got the highest iOS usage per capita in the world.
Incredible.
It's a digitally native environment and population. So how they want to interact with their new national carrier that's unencumbered with legacy is the ability to use the mobile device, more in common, as I said before, like a noon.com or a Amazon, where I can say, okay, I want to go to London, and I'm a party of 4, and I put them all in the shopping basket, not each separately, in what was used to be called a PNR number. Some of you may be familiar with those. It's all on one order. Now, it might then suggest to you, well, you know, hotel, you can choose, you put them in the basket. Would you like the pickup service? You can put those into the basket. It's one order. You show your face, you double click, that's the transaction. Your face is the transaction receipt. Going forward, the face will be the ticket when you go through the airport. If you scan your travel document into it, your face then becomes your passport. In other words, it's a digital exchange that enables the whole experience for you to be easier. But importantly for the kingdom, if we now look at this example in reverse, it's an international guest coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the same way where that transaction operates, all of the incredible travel, tourism, and entertainment experiences that are on offer here in the kingdom, they'll also come up for people to consider. So if that's what you now think, this is nice, you can put that into the basket as well and transact. So as I said again, before, think more Amazon, almost think more Spotify, which for some of you might be a slightly strange example, but if you've used Spotify, you'll know the way that it profiles what your trends
or
are.
Anghami for the kingdom, Anghami.
There you go. And what it'll then do is suggest things that you might also want to listen to. Online offer order is exactly like that. It's using the AI to start to profile how it makes more informed decisions to you. It becomes hyper-personalized, and therefore back to what we want to do is give everybody a VIP experience.
Astounding technology, and I believe it's Riyad Air's way of increasing visitorship to the kingdom when you can also put some of the kingdom's tourism destinations in your basket. And you can choose tickets for various cabin classes, throw them in your basket, do a convenient checkout. Tell us about direct flights. Are we going to see more direct flights to international destinations? This is what travelers are really looking for.
So I can be mischievous now with a one-word answer. Yes. Yes. Because let's face it, we all know in this room how difficult it is to travel to some parts of the world directly. So I use these as examples. We can't travel directly from Riyadh to Tokyo at the moment, to Shanghai at the moment, to Seoul, to Sydney. The list goes on and on and on. The #1 premium passenger for Qatar Airways, which is business and first class, is Saudi passport holders. #1. Tehran, Qatari, haram. Simple as that. Totally and utterly unacceptable. #3 on Emirates, Saudi passport holders. I'm going to Miami next week for FII Miami. I'm flying Emirates to go to Miami because there is no direct connectivity to Miami. Haram, haram, haram. It has to be fixed. The mandate is with Riyad Air, and we will fix it for the citizens of the kingdom. We will give that direct connectivity, and the 100 cities by 2030 will only be the start of that.
Well, we look forward to, yes, we look forward to experiencing these direct flights. Now, as many of you know, there are some stereotypes that negate Saudi's prominence as a tourism destination, especially for people who are from outside of the MENA region and don't necessarily understand the kingdom. Tell us about how you are working to dispel these myths about tourism in Saudi and to publicize its beauty, its history, and its rich culture.
So I think, like everybody else, all of the businesses within PIF's portfolio companies, but all of us as business people and citizens of the kingdom, it's about telling that story. But our responsibility is probably bigger than most because we are going to be a global connector. And I'll personalize it with an example that I think is perhaps relevant. We've entered into a big strategic partner with Delta, the biggest airline in the world, obviously in the United States. And next week in Miami, there'll be a panel similar to this where it'll be Ed Bastian, the chief executive of Delta, and myself talking about our shared vision of using digital going forward. The reason why I use this example, 7 or 8 years ago, there was a huge aeropolitical challenge. It was called US Open Skies, where the accusation on Capitol Hill was airlines in this part of the world were anti-competitive, and there's no way that they would ever wish to support working closely with us. The way we did the deal with Delta is we brought Ed Bastian and his senior leadership team here to the kingdom. Not surprisingly, and understandably, they'd not been before. We spent a day in Alula, blew them away. We gave them Hafawa, the warm welcome of this city and its citizens. It blew them away. We left them alone with our young team. who just completely engaged with them in a way which blew them away. For Ed Bastian to do a deal within 30 days after that, it has never, ever been heard of before. And there was two reasons: the warmth of the kingdom and the fact that, like Confucius, go look, see, he came, he looked, he saw, he formed his own opinion. And back to our responsibility as your new national carrier, we want to bring as many people here directly as we possibly can so they can form their opinion too. And obviously working with the Department of Tourism and many of the other ministries and the giga projects, it's how we share some of that content as well in that world of online order offer to better tell those stories.
And I think you're in a very powerful position to tell those stories. We are seeing visitor numbers to Saudi skyrocket. 30 million international arrivals in 2024, compared with 17.5 when it opened to international tourism in 2019. How are you planning on catering to this influx of tourists to the kingdom and also the influx of business travelers as multinationals set up their headquarters here?
So I think in many ways it comes back to the earlier point about direct connectivity. And if I may use another example, we also signed up a big strategic alignment with Singapore Airlines. Singapore Airlines are understood to be, from a guest experience, the best in the world. And we did it again to set the bar absolutely where it should be with the Kingdom's new national carrier, working with the global A-listers, but giving us connectivity in the geographies that make most sense for us. So, for example, if we have a thick route, what we would call the thick route connectivity between Riyadh and Singapore, in the short term, let's say 8 cities in Australia and 2 cities in New Zealand, rather than us having to connect straight away directly to all of them, with a very efficient thick route into Singapore, we then get that onward connectivity at absolutely the highest service standard. So a big part of our early strategy is by using partners such as Singapore, such as Delta, such as Virgin Atlantic, such as Turkish, China Eastern, Air China, etc., is to enable that international network as our fleet grows. Now, we've placed orders for 72 Boeing 787s, 60 Airbus A321neos, and we're currently engaged in what we would call an extra wide body campaign. So that's the largest aircraft that are available in the market today, and hopefully in Q2 of this year we'll be able to announce another aircraft order. Now, what does this mean? It means that over the period of time that I'm referring to, we'll end up with a fleet that gets us right up with the big guys within the region, and that connectivity, therefore, will be enabled more directly on Riyadh Air aircraft.
Speaking of aircraft, we need to discuss sustainability, don't we? What is Riyadh Air's commitment to sustainability in terms of reducing carbon emissions, implementing fuel-efficient technologies, and really ensuring sustainability across all of your operations?
Ramir, it's a key question. So if I go back, our purpose statement, a digitally led business that enables travel. A digitally led business that enables travel, purpose statement. In terms of the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh. There are 3 pillars that support that brand. The first one is being a true digital native, which I've talked about. The second one is an obsessional attention to detail with guest experience. But the third one to this point is to be an environmental sustainability thought leader. In commercial aviation, you can't not be. And I've said in a number of occasions in the past, in the future, the graveyard will be filled with tombstones that read, "Here lies the airline that didn't embrace sustainability or couldn't." because in the longer term, there is no future for those airlines. Now, is it going to be easy? Answer clearly no, because the physics of powered flight render the challenge of getting to net zero by 2050 probably the biggest challenge that our industry has ever had. Nonetheless, signed up with Aramco in terms of exploring alternative fuel types. Every decision we make, back to those 3 pillars that support the brand, has an environmental sustainability component to it in terms of the challenge. So the materials we use, the choices that we make in terms of everything that we select, and back to our supply chain criteria, anybody who engages with us, one of the many parameters that we select them upon is how they contribute to that environmental sustainability proposition we've got. Because we have no legacy, the gift again presents itself. We'll have the world's most modern fleet as they get delivered, with the world's most modern engines. We don't have any reasons to try and get out of contracts in the past that took us in a particular direction, because of course they didn't exist. So everything we'll select going forward will have sustainability front and center.
And how will you deal with the cost of sustainability?
So it's a great question. So sustainability at the moment, many people in our industry talk about sustainable aviation fuels. It's called SAF. I'm sure some of you will have heard about it. SAF at the moment is about 4x more expensive than regular aviation fuel. Now, I know that if we came to an audience like this and said, good news, we are now completely sustainable in terms of fuel burn, bad news, you're all going to have to pay 4 times more for the ticket. It won't be a round of applause like before. It'll be probably people throwing things at the stage. And it won't be at you, Ramir, it'll be clearly at me.
I hope not.
So that's not an option, but like all of these things, it's a pathway. And it's a pathway to selecting ideas, but be they big ones, be they medium-sized ones, actually lots of the small ones, how they all come together in order to give that sustainable pathway going forward, but not at any cost. And I think we'll see legislation in particular in Europe and other places that if airlines don't adapt to this, it'll end up coming back into ticket pricing. And we want to make sure we avoid that.
Mm-hmm. We have spoken a lot about your ambitions up to 2030, but let's talk about beyond 2030. How do you see Riyad Air evolving over the next, let's say, 10 years?
So I think, again, that's a great question, because we are, by definition, a long-term business. And in aviation, like many other businesses in this room and our PIF portfolio brothers and sisters, you have to take a 25-year view and work backwards. So the plan that we review with our board and our chairman, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, is a 10-year plan. And it's a rolling 10-year plan, because we have to have that kind of horizon to make rational decisions. For obvious reasons, the aircraft we select today will be around a lot longer than 10 years. Going forward, this is about fleet expansion to give even more connectivity. The challenge will be, how do we get to the scale of Emirates quickly? And how do we give that consistent service standard on absolutely everything that we do? And have that proposition here connecting Riyadh to the world.
As you know, Mr. Douglas was formerly CEO of Etihad. At that time, he was the 17,000th employee at Riyad Air. He was the 17th employee, testament to its status as a true startup and a logistics industry veteran. Such a pleasure to chat with you today, and congratulations on the great work you are doing with Riyad Air. We look forward to seeing it come to fruition. Thanks so much.
Ramia, thank you.
Thank you, Ramya. Thank you, Tony. Hearing about Riyad Air ambitious plans from redefining passenger experiences to positioning Saudi Arabia as a global aviation hub, the vision is clear, the momentum is strong, and the excitement is undeniable. We can't wait to be on board. Riyad Air is ready to take off, and so we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go from the future of aviation to an essential area of business and trade, supply chains, to explore how we can drive supply chain localization to create not only value, but also new opportunities for growth and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Lucien Ziegler and his panel of experts to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Douglas is a tough act to follow, but we'll do our very best today here. My name is Lucien Ziegler. I'm co-host of the 2030 podcast, a leading podcast on Saudi Arabia in English. I'm also a venture capitalist and managing partner of Red Salt. Today, we will explore how strategic investments and collaboration with PIF shape Saudi Arabia's private sector landscape and enhance local content. Very important topic. A topic of significant importance, for the vision. Please welcome our distinguished panelists to the stage: Huda Al-Awadi from Alif Capital, Jessica Wong from EW Partners, Ali Ayub from Vision Invest, and Ryan Al-Ma'abad from the Public Investment Fund. Sorry about that, Ryan.
Yeah, no worries.
So let's begin here today. Let's talk about attracting and localizing investment, specifically in the manufacturing sector. And we'll also examine ongoing efforts and identify necessary next steps on this panel. We want to cover really three topics with this. We want to talk about strategies and priorities to invest in the kingdom's value chains, partnering with PIF portfolio companies as suppliers and buyers, and accelerating investments across PIF's portfolio value chains and beyond. I think we start by uncovering what shapes and drives our panelists' investment philosophies and appetite. Ryan, I'd like to start with you here, and it's a sort of a broad question, but before we talk, please, Ryan serves as head of services section at the National Development Division of the Public Investment Fund, where he focuses on localization and investor attraction across technology, media, sports, and financial services sector, broad portfolio for you. And this is gonna start with a broad question, lots of runway for you. As our host. How does PIF support localization?
Thank you, Lucien. It's a privilege to be here today, and thank you, and thanks to the panelists for sharing the stage. One of the mandates of PIF is to drive localization and sector growth. So it's a dual mandate that we have today. Focusing on 13 priority sectors, we have a massive view as National Development Division when it comes to what is the operational expenditure of our portfolio companies across the 13 sectors. And that goes in a ballpark number, I would say, $70 billion that's procured annually. And that's divided between local and international companies. So what we try to do in terms of analyzing the supply chains with our portfolio companies, how do we share that visibility with OEMs, with financial investors, to actually help in localization in the kingdom and share the demand that's visible to us?
Very good, and very good scene setter there. And really, let's move on to Ali, who is Chief Portfolio Officer at Vision Invest. Ali oversees Vision Invest portfolios on energy and utilities specifically, with previous experience at some firms you may have heard of: Saudi Aramco, Aqua Power, Overseas Private Investment Corporation in Washington. Ali, could you talk about Vision Invest's historic focus on the infrastructure projects, and also a little bit about Vision Invest's long-term investments in Saudi industrial and critical infrastructure sectors?
Right. Thank you, Lucien, for the introduction, and thank you to the PIF for inviting us here. I think if you said we're not going to follow Riyad Air, infrastructure is even more boring than Riyad Air. Yeah. Vision Invest is a developer, owner, operator of infrastructure assets. We invest in power, water desalination, district cooling, industrial gases, logistics, oil and gases, and data centers. Our business model is we're not a fund, so as such, we invest long-term. And meaning long-term, we're building infrastructure assets that serve the communities we're developing in. And the idea is building sustainable tariffs for those assets. So whether it be district cooling, water, or desalination, the idea is to provide the lowest cost possible to the communities we serve. We look at that because those investments aim to build sustainable communities, right? And from us, unless you have the right infrastructure built, the sustainability of long-term communities is very difficult. And I think that gets to the second part of your question, which is then how does that really translate into the supply chain? When we started the business investing in infrastructure, maybe 15 years ago, the local supply chain in Saudi Arabia did not exist in terms of infrastructure developer. So as a Saudi owner-operator, you were forced to go outside the country or outside the kingdom to find the supply chain to support your structure investments. And this we've seen replicate itself over and over again in water, desalination, district cooling, data centers, and oil and gas. But what we've seen happen over maybe the last couple of years is as the market is built in terms of infrastructure spend in Saudi Arabia, you're starting to see more emphasis on onshoring supply chains. And so our portfolio companies are now seeing the ability to actually build on assets in the kingdom, meaning you can start to localize things. And I think Lucian just introduced me to a company that is manufacturing locally, and maybe we will be able to use Saudi XM for one of the portfolio companies. So that didn't exist previously. That's happening now because infrastructure is becoming more and more as an asset class in the kingdom, and you're seeing more and more competition, more and more buyers, and that then creates the demand for the supply side.
I love wearing two hats at this thing. Great answer and very interesting work that you're doing. Let's move over to Jessica Wong, serial entrepreneur, founder, and managing partner of EW Partners, a global private equity fund based here in Riyadh. You and your colleagues at EW Partners, you've spearheaded key partnerships, and we could make this take up the whole time here, but Alibaba, SEC, J&T Express, SAM, just to name a few. What are the key imperatives for you at EW Partners to invest in the kingdom's value chains?
So 7 years ago, when we first got the intention about what is going on here in the region, we actually impressed by the consumer power, by the high internet penetration, by the sizable young population based here, and also the openness of innovation. So we was convinced by all these key factors to set up our new home here in the kingdom, in the region, and to embrace a new opportunity. But of course, at that time, there is two very important potential that rarely impress us. One is the digitalization, the need of digital infrastructure here, and also the tremendous opportunity of a cross-border trading, which is the lead to one of the most important topics, supply chain, and all kinds of service and beyond. So that's why this make it very important for us to find out the solution and finalizing our strategy, how to really localize not just our own capability, but all the resources that we have that could further support our portfolio and our stakeholder to build a more sustainable and healthy ecosystem here.
This is the land of opportunity. The first movers always do the best, so congrats to you. Let's move on to the second theme, and Huda, I didn't forget about you, but I want to come back to Ryan really quickly. We would like to discuss the role of PIF portfolio companies as suppliers and buyers in the ecosystem. Can you elaborate on the nature of your work with PIF companies?
Absolutely. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to make a small comment. That's why I love working with financial investors. You're always thinking about deals. That's the beauty. Now, what PIF does, PIF had created many companies in different sectors. So if you look at the examples of STC and Ma'aden, that they are anchor demand drivers in the sectors that they have. But then nascent sectors where we've, as PIF, have created Seer in the automotive industry that looks at advancing the auto strategy in the kingdom and building an industrial base in that sector. PIF works extensively in terms of catalyzing the growth of industrial base, enabling technology transfer, and reducing reliance on imports. And PIF recognizes that we don't want to be on the supply side and the demand side of the equation. That's why we believe our portfolio companies create enough demand that we want the private sector to capitalize on. However, looking at the trend over the past couple of years, we've looked at more than 200 opportunities across technology, metals and mining, automotive, and transport logistics that look into more than, actually, the spend is more than 100 billion in those sectors alone, in manufacturing alone. Now, when we work with the financial investors. We have to structure the deals in a way that is appealing to them. But at the same time, we would like it to be also a win for our portfolio companies and a win for us as a PIF. We would like to advance the industrial complexity in that sector. However, most of the investments that we've seen over the past couple of years, they're mostly brownfield. And if we want to advance, we want to go more into the green field, and that's where we believe that there is a huge opportunity to capitalize on.
And that's why we deal guys love the PIF. You bring us together, everything works. That's a very great answer. And Huda, I'm going to come over to you now. Sorry about the wait. Let's talk a little bit about how, and all of the panelists, I want to ask a very similar question. Your experiences collaborating with the PIF in the PIF ecosystem. Huda Alawadi is the CEO and founder of Elif Capital, ADGM-based private equity fund manager. Since working with PIF, how has your investment appetite changed, if at all?
Yeah, thank you, Lucian, for that. So look, I think just to set the stage, we're a private equity firm with a mid-sized strategy. We buy into mid-sized companies and look to support them in their growth and obviously make a return doing that. When you hear about sort of localization of supply chains, etc., a lot of people go to think greenfield, brownfield, large-scale investments. And even though our fund strategy was one of the pillars of our fund strategy was the demand for localization of supply chains, not just for diversification, also because of what happened during COVID and the realization and urgency, it's difficult to find opportunity within that. The reality is that opportunity does exist across the sector. You don't have to do only infrastructure. We don't have the holding periods of a holding company or the check sizes that somebody like Vision writes. We're not bridging that partnership that you're bringing from a different part of the world. So where does a fund of our size play? And I think working with PIF would help us identify that a lot. We had a hypothesis that GREs, PIF-owned companies, these all have supply chains. Certainly there must be Saudi companies in those supply chains. Certainly within those companies there must be investable assets that can benefit, and that the companies, the portfolio companies of PIF will give more work to if they have more capacity, if they're better organized, if they have better talent, and maybe if they have better technology. And we are good at making that happen. So working with, and I'll throw an example in as anonymously as possible, one of the areas that we've found it sort of not easy to find investments was actually manufacturing. But we also recognize utility spend as a very key and reliable demand driver in this market. One, driven by the basic demographic and growth of the country, and two, catalyzed by the bigger investments that are happening in new sectors like tourism, that are happening in giga projects. That's all driving demand for utility. Now, you spend on utility, you will need services, products, parts, human resources, all sorts of things. Through that, an opportunity was identified and shown to us in the manufacturing space that will benefit with the growth of that utility. It is squarely within our mandate. It's a company that is of the size that we like, which is small to mid-size, profitable, doing well, benefiting from tailwinds, and where there's opportunity for us to add value. The money is going into adding capacity, and we can clearly see where demand is coming from. And I think, I can't walk into Aramco offices or SEC offices or SEC offices and tell them, please show me your supplier. But they're never going to do that. And that's where PIF has played a great role for us.
Very great answer. Jessica, over to you, same question. What's worked well in EW Partners' engagements with PIF companies?
In the last 7 years, we actually didn't expect that we can achieve this much, not without PIF's support. First of all, we are neighbors. We're all working in the same city, even in the same neighborhood in CAF. On daily basis, we actually integrate with a different team of a PIF from different kind of perspective. It's a great support that PIF actually is sharing their know-how, their knowledge about the market potential, share with us, the government initiative and also the guidance with us, which will allow international investors like us, to further integrate with the know-how from the other parts of the world, and together build a more sustainable, a more reasonable structure to integrate different kinds of know-how, technology, product, and solutions. And that benefits not just us, but the portfolio company and the ecosystem network global-wise, which we are deeply engaged with. I want to mention a few figures. Only in the last 2 years, our firm, by building ourselves as one of the successful cases here in the kingdom, actually we engage with more than 4,000 tier 1 technology company and also investment institution global-wise, mostly from Asia. And for them, the entire Middle East actually is a new market for them to explore. They are relying on partners like us, EW partner, to share our know-how, our knowledge, to overcome the difficulties of culture differences, regulation differences, and also finding the right partner to hold their hand and then to position themselves in the proper way and then to capture the opportunity. By saying such, it's definitely PIF and all the PIF portfolio companies. So in the last 7 years of practice here, actually, we are not just grateful with all our achievement, which is 20 investments so far, covering different sectors, across digital infrastructure, digital enablement, and also logistic technology, big data, cloud servers, and beyond. So all of this opportunity, all of this investment just help us, build our anchor investment, co-build our assets, real assets here in the market, and also unlocking other potential for us to integrate with more support from other parts of the world, to invest in upstream and downstream value chain. So this is a success, bridges a success. So we are much more confident to launch more product and then to share this knowledge with our upcoming partners from the rest of the world.
Yeah, and what you've built with EW Partners here is amazing. It's trailblazing, sets the standard for PE, which is just amazing. Ali, over to you, same question. Talk to us about interacting, working with PIF, and some of your experiences in that space.
Yeah, so infrastructure plays a critical role in Vision 2030, right? And our portfolio companies are either partnering or co-investing with PIF, or PIF is providing the long-term offtake contracts. So having said that, our most successful partnership with PIF has been Aqua Power. But I'm going to go with our most recent example, which is Saudi Tabreed, which is a leading developer of district cooling facilities in the kingdom. And it's a partnership we've developed with Tabreed UAE and Asba Capital of Bahrain. And it's really a shared commitment to energy efficiency and understanding that the kingdom is at the forefront of pushing energy efficiency and looking at new ways of improving efficiencies on the cooling side. And it's a Saudi platform, right? So focus on what needs to grow from a Saudi perspective. And as you see everything growing in terms of entertainment sector, the hospitality sector, the tourism sector, many of those projects will benefit from district cooling and the efficiencies that come out of that. Now, PIF's confidence in Saudi Tabreed capabilities is shown by the fact that they've invested into the asset class, but also positioning it for success in terms of positioning it and providing it opportunities to bid for transactions with the mega projects. But it's a sign of the asset class. Historically, I think when PIF invested into Saudi Tabreed, 1 or 2 people would bid for a district cooling facility. Now you have 8, 9, 10 people bidding for projects. People say competition is bad, but from a localization of the supply chain, it's wonderful. Because what you see happening now on the supply chain side is people before would say, why should I create a supply chain just for Saudi Tabreed or 1 competitor? I can now create a supply chain and I have 8, 9 competitors, 8, 9 people building business, building processes for us. So we see that competition is very healthy. And PIF building that ecosystem of terms of energy efficiency within the ecosystem and the regulatory changes has been very, very helpful. But that then not just creates the appetite for the infrastructure asset. We can build the asset, but now you have to localize the supply chain, be it the HVAC cooling systems, the tunneling, the paneling, everything can be manufactured locally rather than imported because you now have the business for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's now, and it's amazing, we are right on time with this panel, which is a feat, let me tell you. So let's talk about accelerating investments in local value chains. Just pick up where you left off, Ali. And here we kind of have to highlight, it's not just PIF in this ecosystem, but there are a lot of players, right? I mean, SIDF, MISA, CETA, Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Modon, Madden, others. Huda, we're going to turn to you now. Looking ahead, what do you see as the key sort of prerequisites for accelerating localization investment opportunities here in Saudi Arabia?
So I think in any initiative, the first prerequisite is intent and vision. I don't think we have any dearth of that, obviously. I think the second is the right goal setting. It's very important to aim for the right strategic localization as opposed to absolute localization. And I think that's one of the things in the PIF program that I think in this iteration of localization attempt is very, very helpful, because you're not trying to tell, and you know, we've been through this. I'll give an example of a public company. Al-Mara'i was, you know, having feed grown here, and that was just not sustainable, and that was reversed. And so there is a lot of pragmatism that goes into what should be supplied, what should be localized, and to what extent. So the right goal setting, and a good example of that is Germany. The labor cost in Germany is probably $35 an hour compared to less than $1.20 in India, and yet Germany is fourth only after U.S., China, and Japan in its contribution to industrial output globally, 4.8%. Why? Because they focus on precision engineering, on R&D, on automation, things where they can compete. If they were to compete on labor, obviously they would not have that kind of share. So I think the right goal setting is the second prerequisite. After that, from an investor's perspective, we look for the same things across any investment opportunity, whether it's localization or you know, whatever it is, right? And I think the basic is having the right, a stable political environment, having a reliable and predictable regulatory framework, because you have to navigate that. It's not just about getting the license. You have to navigate customs and labor and taxes on an ongoing basis. Having predictability and improvement in that, as opposed to and, you know, anti-investment type of policies. I think that's a very important prerequisite. Talent, and I would say this is the biggest challenge anywhere in the world and in any sector, but certainly we see that here as well. Attracting talent and skilling existing talent are a prerequisite to get anything done, from, you know, making a dish well at home to getting localization right in Saudi Arabia. I think this is something that we all need to invest in more from our perspective, because aside from manufacturing, we also do a lot of other sectors, and we actually are currently sourcing deals that are all about vocational training and skilling, but I think that can become ignored when people are just focused on the hard and not tangible stuff, but that is very important, and it comes with it the challenge of attracting people from outside the world, outside as well, because you know, employees will go where you want them to, talent will go where it wants to. And so you have to create conducive environments. That's where the quality of living aspect of Vision 2030, the you know, tourism projects, the lifestyle projects that are being developed also play a role. Finally, I think infrastructure, and I'm going to not say much more about that because there are better equipped people here to talk about that.
Yep, so Jessica, over to you. And just to echo what you're saying, talent is the evergreen challenge of many industries, and you're industry agnostic, so you see it everywhere. Jessica, could you highlight some of the strategies and instruments you use to implement with EW partners?
I want to take one of our most recent deal as an example and further explain our strategy, how we're going to do things different in this sector. We signed a $50 million investment announced in the FII last year. That is a strategic investment in one of the supply chain service for the Lenovo Group. And Lenovo, as one of the strategic partner of the kingdom in the manufacturing, actually recently just completed that deal with a $2 billion partnership with Alat. So We believe that Lenovo is going to lead the manufacturing in terms of supporting the kingdom, become another hub in the global supply chain network. So these are particularly business which we invest and further help them to localize here in the kingdom is actually the procurement system and also the all kinds of supply chain service around the relevant ecosystem. We support this company, Lishai, to make the first move here in the kingdom and them to support the upcoming local manufacturing and also the structure of the entire ecosystem here in the kingdom by making the necessary steps. So we believe that since the life structure is to expand our investment strategy, it needs ecosystems effort to put things from different perspectives. And then we can better navigating and understand where the local demand is going to develop, where we can build a necessary support system to make sure they were integrating with the upcoming development of the market and in the region and beyond. So this is one of the examples. And we also announced another big project together with PIF portfolio, King Salman International Airport, which the two of us co-built and developed one of the biggest special economic zone. We called it KSA, Sino Special Economic Zone here in Riyadh. Why a private equity firm like us, Value Partners, will spend such an effort to build something, some heavy access opportunity life structure? It's because we believe that, the kingdom, because of all the very positive elements I just mentioned, actually is playing a bigger and bigger role in the international business world. So a lot of partners, those not yet expand their business here or looking to engage with this part of the consumer capability, they would need to have a second home, get closer to their end user, to their clients, and then to better restructure their international supply chain, their ecosystem, and then to serve the real market. So this is actually one of the most important investment area for us.
Ryan, we all just praise the PIF. Why don't you jump in here and talk a little bit to round it out?
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe to make it action-oriented and practice what we preach here today, I'll start with some context, and then I'll move into action-oriented elements that will help us into understanding how do you act on those opportunities. The way we started, we looked at if we want to become an export hub as a nation, and also to increase traction from interest from the financial investors, how do we speak the language? What do we do to actually move those 200 opportunities in the manufacturing space into actual manufacturing facilities in the kingdom? And what's interesting is that we looked at the 50 million to 2 million mark deal size and understood that today, if we look into the UAE over the past 20 years, they've had almost 900 billion Saudi riyals in terms of FDI, which is comparable to what we have in Saudi. However, the difference was that we made 2,000 deals while the UAE had 9,000 deals. And the biggest difference was that 60% of the deals were in the mid-cap investment deals, while we had 30%. So today we want to move past that, and we want to localize as much as we can here in the kingdom. And that's why we work on a daily basis with financial investors, OEMs, our portfolio companies, to make deals happen. So my recommendation is, today we actually spoke about opportunities, and there were supplier workshops in the Auto Connect. We are, as we speak, there is a TNL corner that's talking about how do we connect suppliers, OEMs, and our portfolio companies. And maybe I'm biased, but tomorrow I highly recommend that we go to the sports corner and look at what do we try to do there in terms of what is the critical path to the World Cup, from venue build all the way to investments in sports.
Very good. Just to put a bow on this conversation, so PIF is clearly dedicating significant effort and time and resources to developing these investment opportunities for the private sector, which is excellent. And also, there are over 200 now investment opportunities to invest in PIF portfolio companies' value chain that can gain traction sort of, with the live examples described today by you guys today. So just want to say thank you very much for joining us. A fascinating discussion. Round of applause, please, for the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Lucian, and your esteemed panelists for a great session. It's always valuable to hear from industry leaders. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to a company at the heart of Saudi Arabia's healthcare transformation. We're talking here about NUPCO. Since its establishment in 2009, NUPCO has revolutionized procurement, logistics, and supply chain management for pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and supplies. But it's more than just supply chain efficiency. It's about reshaping the future of healthcare. And NUPCO is fully owned by the Public Investment Fund, PIF, and was founded with a very clear mission: to optimize spending, enhance efficiency, and elevate the standards of healthcare services across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So how is NUPCO shaping the future of medical supply chains, and what is next for this powerhouse? And who is better to take us actually through this journey and answer this question than the man leading the charge? Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Fahad Al-Shibl, CEO of NUPCO. The stage is yours.
$3.2 billion Saudi riyal. This is the value really of our partnership and contribution by NUPCO in the private sector in 2024. This is showcase really our eager to foster the enablement of private sector participation in elevating healthcare service here in Saudi Arabia. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، سيدات والسادة.
Highnesses, dear guest, peace be upon you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed representatives of PIF, Your Excellencies, and everyone from the Kingdom's most exciting and impactful sectors, among them the vital healthcare sector. It is a privilege and an honor to stand before you today at this forum hosted by PIF, a driving force behind Saudi Arabia's transformation and economic diversification. By bringing together leaders and innovators who understand the incredible opportunities within Saudi at event like this forum, PIF provides a platform to explore new avenues for collaboration and mutual growth. PIF efforts are further reinforced by comprehensive strategies from the vision realization programs and portfolio companies like NUPCO to support a thriving private sector ecosystem. And thanks for our government-wide commitment, the Kingdom's non-oil private sector has witnessed a continuous upward trajectory, growing by 4.9% year-on-year in Q2 2024. This growth has been enabled by wide-ranging reforms that have also instilled confidence in the Kingdom's business community. Indeed, recent studies indicate that 89% of Saudi CEOs are optimistic about the Kingdom's economic growth over the next 12 months. This level of optimism highlights Saudi Arabia's robust economic outlook and services that of CEOs in other regions, with 44% globally, 73% in the Middle East, and 81% in the GCC. Today, Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector is undergoing a remarkable transformation in scale and quality. And with a projected value of around $23 billion by 2027 and the highest level of government spending in the GCC, the healthcare sector is positioned as one of the kingdom's most promising areas for growth and innovation. At the heart of healthcare's transformation is Vision 2030 aim to build a globally competitive, patient-centered, and digitally enabled healthcare system with expanded access, greater efficiency, and enhanced preventive care. Key objectives include increasing life expectancy to 80 years, ensuring that 70% of the population can access essential healthcare services within less than 30 minutes, and expanding the private sector contribution to healthcare spending from 25% to 35%. These targets are being enabled by a $57 billion allocation in the budget of 2024, accelerating progress in infrastructure, digital health, and patient care to shape a resilient and inclusive healthcare ecosystem. As the National Unified Procurement Company, NIPCO plays a central role in enabling this healthcare ecosystem. We bridge gaps along the value chain, ensuring the uninterrupted flow of critical resources. We empower all stakeholders ranging from manufacturers to pharmacies, suppliers, to healthcare providers and clinicians, to patients to deliver a world-class care. And for any investor, company, or innovator looking to join this ecosystem and promising economic sector, I am proud to say that NIPCO is your partner in unlocking Saudi healthcare's opportunities and delivering a patient-centered and efficient healthcare ecosystem. Those opportunities come from our vision to deliver for a healthier society, providing the right products and services in the right place at the right time. And from our mission to provide customer-centric, innovative, and reliable healthcare supply chain solution through cutting-edge technology, data-driven insights, and operational excellence. To realize these commitments, we operate across procurement, logistics, innovation, partnerships, and investments. Through our centralized procurement services, we have streamlined supply chain operation for over 300 hospitals and more than 2,500 primary healthcare centers, ensuring seamless access to high-quality medical supplies and pharmaceuticals across more than 97% of the kingdom. Our procurement services link closely with our logistic network. This advanced AI-powered logistic infrastructure has enabled a 99% availability rate for essential medical products while maintaining a waste under 1%. Our integrated system of advanced warehouses, including cold chain facilities, currently has the capacity for more than 380,000 pallets and more than 3,900 delivery points across 4 fully operational logistics centers. These capabilities allow us to respond swiftly to regional needs, delivering with an 8-hour window to locations within 100-kilometer radius. This is a system designed for scale, sustainability, and precision in delivering critical healthcare resources, whether responding to urgent needs or planning for long-term growth. We prioritize agility and resilience at every level of the supply chain. As we expand our logistic footprint with 2 additional advanced warehouses set to be fully operational by 2026, these facilities are designed to support the Kingdom's healthcare sectors for the next 15 years. And this is also unlocking really an additional opportunities to work with the private sector to operate those giga warehouses. Next, as a facilitator for innovation, we have made digitalization a critical enabler in our strategy. AI-driven analytics and predictive planning tools inform decision-making and enhance supply chain transparency. These technologies allow us to anticipate demand, adapt to shifting conditions, and support the Kingdom's goal of building a data-driven, innovative healthcare system. Meanwhile, tools like our online marketplace empower healthcare providers with a digital platform that has delivered over around 4.3 billion in medical supplies. We are also a trusted partner by fostering close collaboration with diverse investors and stakeholders. We are creating a healthcare system that is efficient, adaptable, and prepared to support the Kingdom's ambition transformation goals. The impact of these partnerships is seen in our effort to localize production. Collaboration with Seer Pharma, Livera, Saudi Bio, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi have localized insulin manufacturing to enhance our ability to meet supply, even in the face of disruption. Further recent agreements reflect our commitment to partnership that address critical healthcare needs. These include initiatives within the Ministry of Defense for insulin delivery, private leaders like MENA Health and Rajhi Takaful for chronic disease management, Seer for medical waste recycling. Each collaboration enhances operational efficiency, embeds sustainability, and advances healthcare innovation. Fundamentally, by empowering the private sector through partnership and investment opportunities, we are not only addressing immediate needs, but also unlocking long-term potential for innovation and growth. And indeed, we are expanding our partnerships here at this forum by signing 9 MOUs with the private sector companies, integrating them into Saudi healthcare value chain to strengthen their core businesses. These agreements reflect broader opportunities for private sector engagement with NIPCO. Vision 2030 healthcare objectives emphasize privatization, digital innovation, and infrastructure development, setting the stage for meaningful collaboration between public and private entities. The Ministry of Health recently has announced plans to privatize 290 hospitals and 2,300 primary healthcare centers. This creates significant opportunities for private sector involvement in areas such as radiology, pharmacy, services, and specialized care delivery. Recent public-private partnership initiatives, such as radiology services privatized through the Takhasusi Alliance Medical, reflect this commitment. Infrastructure is another key area of opportunity. As the Saudi population grows to a projected 45 million by 2030, healthcare infrastructure needs to expand accordingly. Vision 2030 calls for an additional of 26,000 to 43,000 hospital beds to meet increased demands. This expansion creates immediate opportunities for private sector investment in hospital construction, management, and ancillary services. And to advance universal health coverage, the government has allocated over 66.6 billion in 2023 and 57 billion in 2024. Key areas of opportunity include digital health, medical device manufacturing, and R&D partnerships. For example, digitalization is reshaping healthcare around the world. In 2023, Saudi Arabia allocated more than 50 billion to initiatives such as digital healthcare services, aimed at improving efficiency, accessibility, and transparency in healthcare. With 1.5 billion being allocated for health information technology, Saudi Arabia is advancing telemedicine, AI-powered diagnostics, and digital healthcare solutions, creating opportunities for private healthcare sector enterprises to contribute through localized innovation and regulatory programs like the Saudi FDA's innovative medical devices pathways. Health technology offers benefits beyond patient care. Recent studies suggest that widespread adoption of digital healthcare solution in Saudi Arabia could unlock 15 to 27 billion in economic benefits by 2030, underscoring the momentum in digital healthcare and the wealth of opportunities it presents for private sector entry. This transformation is already evident in partnership with global leaders like AstraZeneca initiatives such as the National Biotechnology Strategy and platforms like Nafis, streamlining healthcare delivery for millions, and the Sahha Virtual Hospital, which connects more than 150 hospitals and facilities to expand remote care. And Saudi Arabia partnership with Orion Health has further reinforced this transformation, establishing the world's largest health information exchange, linking more than 5,000 institutions and leveraging data from 32 million people to enhance decision-making and healthcare efficiency. Looking ahead, digital health advancement will further transform Saudi Arabia's healthcare landscape, with telemedicine offering predictive AI diagnostics and personalized treatment planning. As the Saudi Data and AI Authority drives the strategic data use, new opportunities will emerge in health data analytics, genomics, and bioinformatics, creating yet more investment opportunities. Yet, while digitization is expanding access to healthcare, it is vital that on-the-ground services and face-to-face consultations are also developed and expanded. The Kingdom is therefore heavily investing in emergency care. Air ambulance services now cover 70% of the country, with 155% increase in patients served last year, and the sector partnership to rapidly source essential medical supplies, devices, and pharmaceuticals. Moving forward, fostering further cross-sector partnership will be key to strengthen preparedness for future national emergencies. NIPCO therefore continues to play a key role in ensuring stable and responsive healthcare system. And by fostering private sector demand, promoting local manufacturers, maintaining sufficient inventory levels within the Kingdom, and diversifying sourcing strategies, we are contributing to the wider national security agenda. For private sector partners, there are opportunities here in enhancing emergency care infrastructure, developing innovative patient transport solutions, and expanding critical care services. Another key area of opportunity lies in developing a robust, cost-effective supply chain through integrated solutions that streamline procurement, optimize cost, and improve efficiency. NIPCO and public-private partnerships are pivotal in these efforts. For example, we are expanding our logistical footprint and enhancing our portfolio of services to directly support SMEs and the private sector suppliers, particularly in remote areas. For investors, these are opportunities to collaborate on advanced supply chain solutions, including cutting-edge logistic technology and localizing production. Research and development is another area of focus, particularly around clinical trials, early disease detection technologies, and innovations in genomics and bioinformatics. Projects like the MIT Abdul Latif Jameel Clinic's collaboration with King Faisal Specialist Hospital highlights the potential for private companies to engage in cutting-edge research. Meanwhile, R&D is strengthened by partnerships with international technology leaders like Huawei, collaborating on AI-based diagnostics, healthcare innovation labs, and the development of next-generation digital healthcare system. SNIPE, focusing on advancing in vitro diagnostic technology. Warehousing is also embracing new technology and automation. As NIPCO next phase of growth, this area is also creating private sector opportunities. The launch of our fully automated warehouse in King Abdullah Economic City showcase our commitment and those private sector opportunities. While these innovations and partnerships are creating a data-driven healthcare ecosystem that enhance patient outcomes and support Vision 2030, digital transformation goals. The expertise and dedication of healthcare professionals also remains vital. By 2030, the Kingdom aims to recruit 175,000 healthcare professionals. The private sector can support this ambition through training programs, academic partnerships, and recruitment strategies. In short, the future of Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector is one of innovation, expansion, and partnership, one of innovative ideas, advanced technology, and new expertise. NIPCO is your partner in unlocking this unique opportunity to shape the future of Saudi healthcare. Through collaboration, forward-thinking investment, and a shared commitment to Vision 2030, private enterprises can help create a healthcare ecosystem that serves as a global benchmark for excellence and innovation. As we look to the future, NIPCO commitment to driving excellence and innovation in healthcare supply chain management remains unwavering. Our mission is clear: to ensure that the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia operates within the precision, resilience, and adaptability required to meet the evolving needs of the kingdom. This mission, however, is not one we can achieve alone. The healthcare sector transformation depends on collaboration, on partnership that bring together expertise, innovation, and shared purpose. We believe that private sector is that partner. So, to the private sector leaders here today, I extend a personal invitation to collaborate with us in shaping the future of healthcare in Saudi Arabia, because that future is one of immense promise. Vision 2030 has laid the groundwork for a system that not only meets the need of today, but anticipates the demands of tomorrow. Together, we can build a healthcare model that serves as a global benchmark for innovation, efficiency, and care. This shared mission is more than a goal. It is a responsibility we all bear to the people of this nation and to the generations that will follow. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the custodian of the Holy Mosque, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, for their visionary leadership and unwavering support. which have been the cornerstone of our continued success. And to the partners and collaborators who have worked with NIPCO to bring our shared vision to life. Your contributions have been instrumental in driving progress, and your dedication continues to inspire us as we move forward. Let us seize this moment to advance healthcare in ways that create lasting impact, not just for the kingdom, but for the world. Together, we can transform the future of healthcare, turning ambition into action and potential into achievement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fahad Al-Shibil, CEO of NIPCO, for this informative presentation. Health is the foundation for any thriving society, and ensuring its security, it's not just a priority, it became a necessity. And securing health isn't about just supply, it's about progress. And this is where biotechnology steps in, pushing the boundaries of medicine, unlocking innovations that redefine treatments, and paving the way for a more advanced, self-sufficient healthcare system. And when we look forward to the future, that sector stands out as a game changer, not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the entire world. Biotechnology is redefining the way we think about healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and medical innovation. It's an industry that doesn't just respond to challenges, it actually anticipates them, creating solutions that will shape the future of medicine, sustainability, and economic growth. And leading this transformation in Saudi Arabia is Livera, a powerhouse in the biopharmaceutical industry, fully owned by the Public Investment Fund, PIF. Livera is not just another company or another name, it's actually a catalyst for the change we hope to see in this sector. From localizing insulin production to establishing cutting-edge manufacturing facilities and forging global partnerships, Livera is actually playing a pivotal role in advancing the kingdom's national biotechnology. So what does this mean actually for the future of health for Saudi Arabia's place in the global biotech landscape and for the next generation for medical innovations? To answer all these questions, please join me in welcoming our moderator for this panel discussion, Imran Munshi, and his special panel. Please, a big round of applause. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure and honor to moderate this panel. As you can see from the title, the panel is focused on Livera's role in unlocking the national biotech strategy. Before we kick off, maybe just a word or two on the national biotech strategy. It has 4 focus areas: vaccine manufacturing end-to-end in Saudi, genomics, plant optimization, and then the one we'll talk about today, biomanufacturing. And within biomanufacturing, we're going to be talking about insulin today. The strategy is very ambitious. It plans to contribute 3% of non-oil GDP by 2040, around $35 billion, and create 11,000 or so jobs. Now, why is insulin relevant in our context? Just to share a few figures before we kick off. Today in Saudi, the estimates are that 20% of the population, that's 1 in 5, are obese, and another 2 in 5 are estimated to be overweight. So all in all, you're seeing between 1 out of 2 people either has obesity or is overweight. We also see that we have a very, very high diabetes rate. Approximately 1 in 4 people, adults, are diabetic, hence the importance of this particular topic today. To kick off, I'd like to introduce the Chief Commercial Officer of Lifera, Vivek, who will talk a little bit about the journey that Lifera has gone through and the partnerships that it has formed in localizing insulin. Vivek.
Thank you. Before we begin, just a very quick announcement. Our CEO of Lifera, Jeremy Panashiril, was intending to be on the panel, but due to family emergency, he could not. But it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Imran. Let me just very quickly tell you about Lifera, what Lifera is all about. Lifera's vision is to be a globally relevant biopharma company by 2030. We have 2 missions. One is to enable national biotech security through localization, and the second is to enable the national resiliency of the supply chain in the kingdom itself. And in fact, we address 3 out of 4 pillars of the national biotech strategy, Imran, that you just mentioned. And we are very pleased that we are well along the journey in that mission. In fact, as part of that mandate, we have localized our first, or we are in the process of localizing our first product in that category, which is the insulin with Novo Nordisk partnership. This is a very critical ambition because it is an epidemic of diabetes in the kingdom where a significant percent of population are affected, and most of the products are imported today. With our partnership with Novo Nordisk, it took us a long period of time, in fact, 2 years in the making, but it's a very complex set of arrangement. It requires a significant and a very complex process of tech transfer for not only manufacturing process, but also other processes, analytical methods, but more importantly, training the staff and building a first cohort of team that can enable a tech transfer of such a product in the kingdom. Through this partnership, we will create the first team in the region that is trained in aseptic manufacturing and can manufacture biologics into the kingdom. And this factory, once it's up and running, which we are upgrading and customizing it to Novo's standards, will be producing 20,000 insulin per hour. And that's a significant undertaking. This requires a close collaboration with a global pharma company like Novo Nordisk, and we are very humbled that we can count Novo as our first partner because the requirement for quality as well as enablement of such a thing is quite high from Novo's perspective. The team that will render this in reality has been actually being trained by Novo today across their global sites. We have a team of 4 to 5 people last year, and today about 10 employees every month go for an immersive training, spending a month to 3 months at a time at Novo facilities in Denmark, in China, and other locations. And that's the kind of collaboration is needed to enable such an undertaking in the kingdom. Now, that's one side of the equation. On the second side, you need a very close collaboration and partnership within the domestic ecosystem itself. And that requires working very closely with SFDA. That requires a very close collaboration with NUPCO to prioritize and enable the requirements that they have, to work very closely with Ministry of Health to make sure that we are delivering and bringing products that serves the need of the patients in the kingdom. And that's where I think some of these partnerships are very crucial to enable this.
Thank you, Vivek. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Tawfiq Ali. He's the advisor to the CEO at NUPCO. Dr. Tawfiq, can you talk a little bit about, from a procurement perspective, how is NUPCO reshaping the procurement landscape to ensure that we can do a lot more local manufacturing?
Thank you, Imran. Honestly speaking, as a continuation of what Mr. Fahad Al-Shibl said, our CEO, it's an important role that NUPCO has, is to localize as much as we can from pharmaceuticals in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in order to secure or build the national security in the kingdom. And also to mitigate the risk of supply interruption as what happened in the COVID-19 era. And in that perspective, we initiated with our partners in MOH and local content a new type to us as a tender, which is the offtake agreement tender. This was the first one aiming to manufacture, aiming to not only, not usually as supplies tenders, but aiming to manufacture several types of insulin in the kingdom, which is very important and strategic products to our patients. So we initiated this. It was new to us, to the government health sectors, and that's why it took us a while to align with several parts and stakeholders of the government. Plus, it took us a while to negotiate with our partners, Novo Nordisk, about the offtake duration, what type of insulin we should have in the kingdom, prices, the quantities that we can commit for. All of this give us certain challenges that we overcome, alhamdulillah, and also give us a lesson learned for the future of replicating such a tender that we done in order to localize more products in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this way or another way that we are doing. Part of the project also, and we insist to have this, that the global partner should partner with a local manufacturer so he can make the technology transfer, knowledge transfer, expanding in capability and building the capability so the local partner can make this project successful and sustainable even beyond the offtake agreement. Our local partner, they choose Saudi Bio and Lifera to be their local partner, and we welcome this because we know the capability of Lifera and Saudi Bio, and we dealt with them before. So this way, the Lifera and Saudi Bio can expand in the future to manufacture more and more products. So we are always aiming to increase the number of products to be manufactured in the Saudi Arabia, and we are looking forward for more innovative and more generic and biological products to be manufactured.
Shukran. Thank you, Dr. Tawfiq. It sounds like there's a path that is being cut through the forest, and I think going forward, inshallah, we'll have many, many more products. Next, I would introduce Mr. Melvin D'Souza. He's a Saudi General Manager of Novo. For those who are not aware, Novo is the second highest market cap biopharma company in the world, 40 billion. And I would argue that people know Novo better by one of their blockbuster products, Ozempic. I won't ask you to raise your hands if you've been on it or know someone who's on it. I'll assume that most of us are aware of this. Melvin, can you talk to us a little bit about what are the lessons you've learned as you reflect on this partnership that's taken a few years to come to fruition?
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much, Imran. I think so, in front of this august audience, I know, like when Dr. Tawfiq said, it has taken us a while to come to this marriage or this agreement. I think Novo has taken this leap of faith to solve an issue, and that's core to what we do. And I'm saying this on an honest front. I think so, Saudi, yes, is a growth market. Second, Saudi is also the place where you have this paradox which we need to solve, the paradox of the disease versus productivity. And if you look at it, products that we are working with, biologicals, are really addressing the core of this issue. And the third part is also making sure that we're building that innovation which is linked to Vision 2030. And I think so there's no greater opportunity than having the possibility to do this. So this is the first learning, which we of course have to translate to our collaborators way up in the system globally. And I think so that's a tough job because the complexity of doing this is not easy. And there is always that front-footedness or the back-footedness, what we should do and how we should do this. But I think so we have overcome this. I think so we found a great solution. The second learning, and I think Vivek and Dr. Tawfiq were also alluding to, I think so in my 30 years of experience, I've seen for the first time the commitment of nearly 6 different agencies working together in tandem. And I think I've never seen it before in other markets. We're talking about NUPCO, we're talking about Ministry of Health, we're talking about Saudi FDA, we're talking about MISA, we are also talking
Local
about
content.
LCGPA, local content, and of course, industrial cluster and so on and so forth. The list is long. But having them all on the table, getting it right, and making sure that we have an ecosystem which works. And we are coming together again to solve an issue and trying to drive the change in what we see. And I think so these 2 key learnings have been very important decision-making tools for us in making things happen. Yes, the second part of the question was around barriers. I think Saudi by far, if you look at, has a good talent pool when you look at pharmacists and pharmaceuticals. But that talent pool is actually, to a large extent, relegated to producing smaller chemical entities. And like what Vivek alluded to, we are talking about biologicals, you're talking about large chain molecules, you're talking about the systems and processes of doing it. I think so Novo Nordisk has taken this commitment of not only looking at Lefera as a CMO, but at least as a much better premium partner to make sure that we handhold this project all through the coming years. And that also comes to the point that do we make the right decision when it comes to investments versus the timelines that we have to deliver this project on. I think so that's a risk that is on our hand and also a challenge. But I believe as when we have superior organizations in the room and able partners, it gives us a fantastic opportunity and, or rather say, a much more strength in delivering the outlook. So that's my take on this project.
Thank you, Melvin. Finally, I'd like to introduce the Deputy Minister of Supply Chain, Engineer Marai Al-Kahtani, who represents the Ministry of Health. Engineer Marai, can you talk a little bit about how you see public-private collaboration further enhancing the success of localization initiatives? Localization and public-private partnership go hand in hand. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
السلام عليكم مساكم الله بالخير جميعا شكرا. Thank you so much, Mr. Imran. I'm honored and proud to be here on this panel with our partners, NUPCO, Novo Nordisk, Lifera, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Investment, local content, as we take the step now toward our biopharmaceutical localization to produce the insulin from the first to finish. This is really a great moment. It's an exciting era of collaboration we are witnessing in Saudi with the healthcare industry creating an international impact. This progress is driven by multinational companies and ambition of Vision 2030. This part of our national movement, guided by a precise strategy and supported by ecosystem of regulators, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Investment, local content, and NUPCO all aligned with Vision 2030. At MOH, we are proud to drive the national transformation across supply chain, human capital, and services localization. Establishing the ministry as a key player in localization, we are currently prioritizing products and services for our strategy, like HSTB and National Biotechnology Strategy. With the Vision 2030, holistic approach, pharmaceutical localization complements Saudi goal of becoming a global supply chain hub, creating value chain that will passes the borders, bismillah. When Saudi Arabia introduced localization, economy, participation, and local content, the goal was very clear: to capitalize on government spending, transfer knowledge, foster R&D, and drive economic growth. We are working with our partner and colleagues from Ministry of Investment, which play a vital role in public-private partnership, going beyond the localization to attract foreign direct investment, contributing directly to the GDP growth. Not only this, but also in integrating Saudi manufacturing to the global supply chain and promoting Saudi exports. Another example of synergy is that we work with the Ministry of Industrial, Mineral Resources, in collaboration with the local content, SIDF and Modern, has launched Impact Initiative to attract a strategic global industry with the high economy value, aiming to enhance efficiency of production capacity and competitive advantage. When it comes to the underserved therapeutic area, this is a complex challenge as each area must coexist holistically, oncology being a prime example. We are fully committed to overcoming these challenges as we speak. One of the key outcomes of these efforts, alongside excellent healthcare delivery, is the growth of medical tourism, inshallah.
Thank you. So clearly, localization is a team sport. And if we had space, we would have had 15 chairs here for all the other entities that have contributed to this moment in time. And Tawfiq, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you see NUPCO's role in terms of enhancing national security. COVID was a wake-up call across the world, including in Saudi. I think Saudi's response was amongst the best globally. Yet, I think there was a lesson learned that national security is critical. And if there's a team, the forward player is NUPCO. Talk to us about NUPCO's role, please.
Absolutely. We, as an executive arm for the government healthcare sectors, for procurement and supply chain, one of our major roles is to expand and dependency into the local products rather than importing products in order to overcome the challenges that we faced during the COVID-19 era. And in order to do so, as my colleague said, that we are working now as a team with our stakeholders from different sectors in order to achieve the goals that all we have in order to make Saudi Arabia secure and have its own pharmaceutical products available in the kingdom all the time. So we can replicate the offtake agreement again. We encourage the investors, whether global or local, in order to do it again. Why not? In order to make sure that we have an innovative products in the kingdom. We can also offer long-term agreements to them, how we can, 3-4 years, in order to make sure that they can make it feasible and winning situation to the manufacturers. And also we are working hand by hand with local content. MISA, of course, it has incentives, like a local content, they can add, based on their criteria and in their policy, they can add fully manufactured products into their mandatory list. Mandatory list means that only Saudi products will be purchased by the government of Saudi Arabia. So they have the privilege of awarded for any need in the kingdom. Plus also local content, and we are applying these roles, giving an incentive or price privilege incentive to the local manufacturers up to 20%, 10 to 20%, based on the importance of these products in the country. So all of these factors and others from other sectors is encouraging to have more and more products into the kingdom of Saudi Arabia manufactured, inshallah.
Shukran. Vivek, can you give us a sneak peek about what's coming after the incident?
No, that's a great question, Imran, right? So we've already, of course, announced our partnership with Novo, but the activity is not done. I think it's the start as we speak. Novo has placed a significant amount of trust in Lifera to deliver on the localization. That means it's still a journey. We have to execute on the trust that has been placed by our partner. The idea is to leverage this trust, right? Hopefully we can execute in the best possible way, create a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in the kingdom. That will be the first facility that will deliver and manufacture a novel biologic insulin in the region. Now, we are in advanced discussion with other players like Sanofi to manufacture their vaccine, which we have already announced. And there are other large pharma companies that we are in discussion with to bring their products in. And the idea is to merge all of the activities that we've done, and especially the learnings that we've had. And I think you gave a very good analogy. It's a team sport. We understand the requirements, the expectation, and the needs that all of the stakeholders have, and much better understanding today than we ever did before. There is a great collaboration where all of these entities have come together and enable such an important activity and localization of insulin. We want to leverage that and bring vaccines, other biologics, biosimilars into the kingdom. The facility that we are creating has additional capacity that we can enable and bring and license those products in. So we're very excited, and we are very proud that the future is very bright for Lifera. It starts with Novo. Hopefully we can deepen that partnership as well and bring additional products with our partner and additional modalities, and really build truly a successful and state-of-the-art facility in the kingdom.
We just agreed in one of the medication to start.
So there was a deal cut in the back.
Just
We'll
a few
talk
minutes
about
ago.
it. So no pressure, Melvin. Melvin, maybe talk a little bit about how is this partnership in Saudi influenced your global strategy? Insulin is an essential medicine. We are privileged that you've chosen Saudi as one of the first locations to localize. But how is this influencing the strategy of the company?
Great question, Imran. I think insulin, if you look at it as a product, has existed for 100 years. Yeah? But it has innovated itself many times over in the last decade, and things keep changing all the time. So the way I see it is, when you look at biologicals, the learnings that you put on the place that you start is a learning which gives you a segue for the future. So there is a lot to be read between the lines. But I can say that if you start at insulin, and if you have the possibility to make a success out of it, the learnings of this are transferable. And that is the first starting point. I think global has much more confidence in what we are trying to do in Saudi. And thanks to the incentives, of course, and also making sure that there is sustainability in what we do. The second piece of this whole arrangement, what has done is Saudi is now, is one of the top 10 strategic markets for Novo, outside of US.
Maybe say that again. Saudi is one of the top 10 strategic markets for the world's second most important biopharma company.
Biopharma company, yes. And that for me is a moment of pride and also great responsibility that we start walking the talk and trying to make this a success. Maybe this is a sort of a clarion call for other companies to also take this leap of faith. And of course, there is this arrangement which can help us to accelerate innovation into the country. And like I said, it is the segue for the future. And my only advice for other pharmaceutical companies, those present in this room and outside, would be, yes, we need to be great ambassadors of how to translate the complexity of delivering on this to our global leadership. I think so that's the toughest part. And also having the relationship to see the productivity rise in Saudi. I just read a report a few years back. Of course, during the whole journey that we're doing, the productivity index in Saudi is probably one of the highest, and Imran would relate to it. In the G20 countries, the delta increase in productivity has been the highest in the year 2022. And I think we have to read through this to actually try and see, okay, is there a group or is there a set of talents that we can leverage locally and try and make a success of what we do? So that's my message.
Thank you, Mil. And Jemarai,
thank you.
What opportunities do you see from the perspective of the Ministry of Health side beyond insulin?
See, we are currently working with internally in the Ministry of Health and with our other healthcare entities. And we have a list of around 250 products, including medications, medical supplies, and lab supplies, and medical equipment. This list will be targeted for localization. And local content also, they have already identified a potential list with 193, and it's already mentioned in their website, to enhance local supply chain. And will create a new industry and maximize the local contact. At the same time, Ministry of Investment has highlighted 37 localized opportunity to the healthcare and life science. And I think the key enablers of the healthcare localization in Saudi Arabia include strong government, investment, alignment with Vision 2030 of sustained support and rapid adoption of digital health technology, regulatory reform to ease market entry, and increasing private sector participation from the global companies, as we see with our partners, Novo Nordisk and other international suppliers. So we already have a list identified and will be shared with our official channels, inshallah, and we will have meetings with NUBCO and our current partner, inshallah, and the suppliers.
Shukran. Dr. Tawfiq, maybe final question to you. As you look forward, what are your aspirations for localization in the country?
Wallahi, it's a very big aspiration. Hundreds of items that Mr. Mar'i said. Like, as we speak, we are discussing with several manufacturers at this moment how we can localize some biological and biosimilars, especially in the treatment of cancer patients, genetic disorder patients. We are discussing plasma collection and fractionation in the kingdom, which is a very huge product. Hopefully we will succeed, because we are in need of these essential life-saving medications, especially immunoglobulin, albumins. We are also looking to localize the vaccines into the kingdom. So while we are speaking as a team, as an ecosystem, as stakeholders, we are discussing several projects in order to make sure that the future is very fruitful to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to our patients.
Imran, localization is not an aspiration anymore. It's a priority, national priority.
Absolutely.
It's a priority and a reality. Maybe to close, just I think 3 takeaways for me. So first, this is a team sport. And I think we've shown how when the team comes together, great things can happen. Second, I think the path has been created, as Dr. Tawfiq has said, long-term offtakes, price premiums. This is now there. The following products will be a lot easier. And then the last, I think the most inspirational, there's a lot more to come. Yeah. 250, 300 products. So next year we expect to see a lot more. I'd like to thank my panel and thank you very much for listening to us. Hopefully you got something out of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Imran, and your esteemed panelists for a great, interesting, and promising conversation. You know, it highlighted the intersection between science, ambition, and strategy. Thank you so much. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we shift our focus from innovation on land to a bold new frontier on the sea. From how we travel to how we connect with the world, the kingdom is unlocking opportunities far beyond its borders. For centuries, Saudi Arabia's coastlines have been gateways for trade, exploration, and discovery. Today, they are becoming something even more, a global destination for maritime tourism. At the forefront of this transformation is Cruise Saudi, shaping the kingdom's place on the world's cruise map. How will Saudi Arabia establish itself as a premier cruise destination? And what opportunities will this industry unlock for investors, coastal communities, and the national economy? To take us through this interesting journey and answer these questions, please join me in welcoming Barbara Puchek, Chief Destination Experiences Officer at Cruise Saudi. Welcome, Barbara. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I was actually hoping for a Daft Punk video that we were agreeing behind the scene to have to liven up the situation. First of all, welcome everybody, distinguished guests, excellencies, and everybody who has energy to still be here at this time of the day, bearing in mind the level of energy that is outside and fantastic discussions that are ongoing. So thank you very much for taking your time and being here. So I'll take you through Cruise Saudi, which I sometimes think is the best kept secret in Saudi Arabia, although sometimes when you see the ship that is over 300 meters long and 19 stories high, it's not that easy to hide when we arrive at the port. But what Cruise Saudi is all about is more than just a ship. Our vision was created in 2020, with the company officially being launched in 2021, with a very, very bold vision to become the world-class cruise port and cruise line operator. Our vision was very much in line with Vision 2030 and diversification of the economy, introducing various tourism sectors. What does that mean in numbers? Our pledge is to develop 10 cruise gateways. That doesn't necessarily mean ports, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later on. But also, as a result, we're looking to create 50,000 jobs, direct and indirect, and hopefully by 2035, we'll be welcoming 1.3 million passengers to the Saudi shores. And why cruising, you may ask yourself? Where cruising is a very fast-growing part of the tourism industry. If you look at the report produced by Cruise Line International Association, you can see very impressive numbers going forward. $168 billion economic impact, tons of jobs created. And if you look at the 2023 numbers, 2024 have not yet been issued, cruise lines attracted 31.7 million guests. This is set to grow to 40 million by 2027. But why is it important to Saudi and to developing destination tourism industry? Is because 68% of guests that travel to a destination by sea are set to stay, either pre or post the cruise. 6 out of 10 of them are also set to return, which is very important for the destination like Saudi, that is trying to develop the industry and welcome new people and attract new people. Cruising is a very comfortable way to start the process and visit multiple destinations in one go. Now, a little bit more about Cruise Saudi itself. The company is based on 4 strategic pillars and 2 units. One is destination experiences. This is all very much about developing Saudi as a destination, developing the infrastructure for the ports, shore excursions, services, and everything that goes with it. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it later as well. And the second pillar is cruise and maritime, where we home our cruise vessels. One of them being a local cruise line, very much developed by the local team that is present here and ready to take your credit card details later on if you wish to book. They have a stand outside. Very much a local product developed by the locals for the local clientele. And the other one is an Amman at Sea joint venture that we're developing with Amman Resorts that will be sailing in 2027. I'll tell you a little bit more about this part of the business first, although the presentation is very much about the destination experiences side, because it's a great success of 2024. We have announced 2 cruise lines. We have launched one with first ship in December. We welcomed 10.3 thousand guests just in December, and we have created or visited 4 destinations. Great success story for the first cruise line ever to welcome 82% of occupancy in that first month of sailing. I'll show you a video. Hopefully this will work. I've been told to be patient, which is not my nature. There you go.
We want to redefine the meaning of holiday in Saudi Arabia.
الشعور ما ينوصف. هي تجربة متكاملة مختلفة لجميع أفراد العائلة العربية من جميع الأجيال.
سفينة مو تعبر بس عن كروز السعودية، لكن تعبر عن المجتمع السعودي.
بسم الله مجراها ومرساها وتبدأ حكايتنا.
بس يعني بس نخلي الجميع بس يعني 100% حيكون كل شيء متحمس لبكره. وش في بكره؟ يلا كروز.
يا كروز معاها في بحرنا الأحمر تلاقي كنوز سواحل تخطف الألباب.
So as you can see, 2024 was a very busy year for us. And our colleagues from Aroya made us all very, very proud on the 16th of December when we launched the ship and when the ship first arrived to Jeddah from Bremerhaven. I think what's astonishing is that this ship was pretty much 95% refurbished. So it's a great effort that the team undertook. I fully recommend everyone to join that ship and book, simply because what the team has done in terms of taking the Saudi culture and taking it on the ship, with the ship, is really remarkable, and certainly a moment of pride for the entire kingdom, not just our team. But now moving swiftly forward to the destination experiences, which is about creating Saudi and launching Saudi as a destination for cruise guests from all the cruise lines, not just the local ones. We're also working with bringing international cruise guests. We've been in operation bringing international cruise guests since 2021. As I said earlier, our aim is to develop 10 destinations. That doesn't necessarily mean we'll be developing them ourselves. We're working also with other PIF projects on this, in this effort. All the destinations have been very strategically selected and positioned to bring guests to destinations within Saudi, being Medina, Mecca, Jeddah, Alula, and so on. As you can see, 9 of them will be on the Red Sea in order to enable us to create meaningful itineraries. And we also have a little corner on the Arabian Gulf to capitalize on the Arabian market, cruise market that is already in existence. We say here that 4 were activated. We're actually sailing from 5 destinations. And 2024 was a busy time for us, launching our first ever private island in the Red Sea. Once we're done, what will that mean to the kingdom? It will bring the 1.3 million passengers by 2025 that I've mentioned earlier. But it all turns into the economic impact. So we're committing to bringing 22 billion GDP by 2025. This is not just by us. This will be obviously by all the other services that will be developed and delivered. And as you can see, our traffic market will not only be coming from this region. We're very much working on bringing in international cruise lines and international passengers. So what does it take to develop the cruise industry in the country that previously haven't necessarily had it? It's a task. It takes a village. In our case, it probably takes a city or a town. And we are not doing it ourselves. Cruise Saudi works in partnership with a lot of partners, colleagues, vendors, in order to activate what we need to do to welcome those guests, to make their experience as seamless as possible, because that is our aim ultimately, so that they come back and they also rave about Saudi when they go back to their homes. So we're working on infrastructure and services. Most of them were not here when we first joined. Everything we started from scratch. We're also working with the authorities on developing the correct or better ecosystem for the cruise lines to come. That also includes the regulatory framework when it comes to immigration. And that work is still very much in progress. We're also working on destination readiness and marketing. None of this we're doing ourselves. We're doing it with a lot of people, and it takes a lot of effort. When it comes to overall value chain of cruise industry, it's vast. It starts way earlier before the guests even come, but then it goes all the way from the airport, variety of hotels for the guests, for their pre and post, all the services and infrastructure at the port and outside of the port, shore excursions, and we're also talking about port services and logistics and everything that goes with it. So the opportunities for the private sector to get involved with us is seriously tremendous. I talked to you through a little bit of, and I'll show you some mapping of our stakeholders that we've worked with over the years and that we continue to work with. We obviously work in ports and terminals with a variety of ports. Currently, we launched within the existing structure that is developed by Mawani, and we started our own greenfield projects going forward. When it comes to passenger services, we're working both with PIF companies, but also private entities. They work hand in hand with us, and they derive economic value from the existence of cruise industry. This is not an exclusive list. This is just a sample of who we work with. And I think what is very important to note is that we're not only working with big companies, we're not only working with PIF companies, we're working with vendors of all sizes, and that is specifically visible when it comes to the shorex and destinations. We work with vendors that are sometimes one-man band, and it's a very proud moment for us to be able to enable them that economic growth for themselves and for their businesses going forward. As I said, it wouldn't happen without the stakeholder engagement. And again, this is a very small sample. We have just been looking into launching one of the new destinations, and we ended up on a call with 17 different authorities. So as you can tell, it's a very, very busy industry that requires a lot of input from every angle and every corner. So let me just take you through the success story of this part of our business, destination experiences, since the 2021 inception. As I said earlier, we launched 5 destinations. 11 different cruise lines came to Saudi and entrusted us with their guests. 16 different cruise lines. They brought 275 ships, and we welcomed 434,000 guests and counting. So let me show you a little bit of a video, because Aroya cannot have video, and we wouldn't, so we all have videos. As you could see at the end of that video, this is only a beginning. It's wonderful to look back, but we have to look forward. We have still a lot to do to complete our mandate. And as this conference is all about opportunities for the private sector to get involved with us, I will take you through what those opportunities are. 2024 has been a tremendous year for us. We had not only some achievements in terms of launching new destination, the ship, but we also had some important projects approved by our board, which we are happy to talk to you about today. We're going to be working on the development of Jeddah Cruise Hub, and I'll tell you about it more. Al-Waj as another port, another private island, and obviously we have to continue to perfect what we do. So commercial partnerships, strategic investments, and looking into the operational efficiencies, mainly through technology that will enable us to deliver our services and some of the security elements with the use of the technology rather than manpower intervention. So Jeddah Cruise Hub, very exciting project. And for anybody who is involved in port development planning, this is one for you to be interested in. We're working on developing a cruise hub in Jeddah itself. This is not a small project. This is a project that has a combination of our core activities, our port activities, but also an opportunity to get involved with real estate development, because it has a component of that as well. It's a big project. It will have 5 different berths to welcome ships to enable us to meet that 1.3 million traffic that I mentioned earlier. We're currently at the concept master plan approval. We had it approved by our board. Obviously, there's a lot of alignment to be done. 2025 will be very much about planning, and in 2026, we'll be moving to actual development. But if you are interested in participating in this particular project, either through a commercial JV with us when it comes to non-core elements, please get in touch. And same when it comes to being a vendor working with us to deliver this particular project. We are ready. We are about to launch RFP for the first terminal architectural design. So very much live and going forward. The second project that we also have live is an Al-Wash cruise port, very much important for us when it comes to opening a gateway to Alula, which is very difficult for us at the moment to offer to the cruise lines outside of our pre- and post opportunities. This is a port of call development rather than home port, but also with an element of real estate opportunities, F&B. It's a mixed use in addition to our core business that we will be looking after, i.e. terminal development. We are again at the concept master plan approval stage. This has been approved by our own board. There's again a lot of stakeholder engagement alignment going forward. But the RFP for the detailed design of the whole site is also in the process of development and will be going live in about 3 months. So keep an eye out for that if you're interested in this particular work. The third project is continuous development of our first cruise line that we've launched. We have carried out a soft launch in December 2024. It's a relaxed beach experience for the guests who are otherwise normally on a ship. But there is an opportunity to develop it further. And the site and the island is absolutely beautiful. It's the first dedicated cruise destination in the Red Sea. And the interest is great. And obviously, we have our own cruise line that is calling this particular destination on a weekly basis already. So as you can see, we've been relatively busy. What are we looking for from vendors that may be participating in this conference? We have a lot of opportunities to be involved in. From the asset development side, which we're looking after, we're looking for commercial partners to work with us and develop the sites. We are great at what we're doing, but we don't necessarily need to do it all ourselves. So we welcome partnerships. There's my colleague here with us called Mashroob Ashan. He's in charge. He's your man. He's in the audience. It's the guy with the gray beard because he has to work with me for so long, hence why he has the gray beard. So you'll recognize him very, very easily. We are also obviously working for the vendors that will be working with us, and it's all stages of development, from the design perspective to the delivery, supervision, materials. Everything that will be required to build this particular part of our business is yet to be procured. We're also, as I said earlier, working on perfecting what we do, and we continue to work with new vendors when it comes to delivering passenger services and experience to our guests. We're open to new partnerships. We run RFP process every year. So if you're a small vendor looking into starting this industry or start working with us in this industry, please keep an eye out. It normally happens ahead of the season, the beginning of the season, so Q3, Q4 of the year. And again, we don't only work with big businesses. Our mandate has been, from the start, very clear that we're here to develop the industry. So if it's a small business that wants to get involved, we're there to also support you on this venture, and we will prop you up if you need to in some areas that may be a little bit difficult for small businesses. We are working with the key stakeholders from the government, but also our cruise line now being present here. There's various services those cruise lines require, not only on board when it comes to provisioning, and we are very much keen to work with the local vendors when it comes to food provision or services, even when it comes to maintenance, logistics. So as you can see, it's a vast array of services that we require and we want to work with. And I leave you with this thought. In 2024 only, as a company, we have signed 100 new contracts, and they were of all sorts of sizes. Those contracts were of the value of over 500 million SARS. So again, they're not small numbers that we're talking about, and we welcome 160 vendors just in 2024 in a single year. So what we do is not small, it's very versatile, so the opportunities for everyone to work with us is here. We have 2 stands at the event. There's one Aroya, and again, be prepared with your credit cards to book. It's a great experience, but also we have a stand that is dedicated to the destination experiences within the hall. So please come and see us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. What better way to end the day, setting sail with Cruise Saudi. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable day as we close day 1 of the PIF Private Sector Forum. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being part of these powerful conversations. We look forward to welcoming you all back here tomorrow in the morning at 10 a.m. here in the same plenary, and we're going to open our proceedings with a very special conversation with His Excellency Faisal Ibrahim, Minister of Economy and Planning. إذن نلتقي فيكم غدا إن شاء الله الساعة 10.
We will meet you tomorrow 10 o'clock in this plenary, and we will have a special conversation with the Planning and Strategy Minister, Minister Ibrahim. Thank you for your time, and see you tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.